Good evening, one and all. We welcome you to the international seminar on effect of ozone depletion and interaction on human health, environment, climate change and sustainable development 2022, commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development 2022, and also commemorating International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer 2022. And this year marks the 35 years of successful ozone layer protection by United Nations and Montreal Protocol, with the theme Global Cooperation Protecting Life on Earth. So before we start today's sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty. And this conference is being organized in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's session. Today, as we are commemorating International Day for the Preservation of Ozone Layer, we will look into much details after today's first session by Today we are commemorating various sessions along with few sessions dedicated to ozone layer and also how this ozone layer and various aspects of environment is influencing our health, environment, climate change and sustainable development. And we will start with our first speaker. Then we will look into this Montreal Agreement and various other aspects of international cooperation and collaboration on the preservation and protection of ozone layer. So let's invite our first speaker for the day, Professor Ronald O'Donnell, He's a clinical professor, program manager, international partnerships, College of Health Sciences, integrated behavioral health program, senior global future scientist, Julie Ann Brigley Global Futures Laboratory, Arizona State University, USA. We welcome you, sir, on this wonderful occasion for your topic on habit change theory, new approaches to improving health habit. Now you can unmute yourself, sir. You can start your video and presentation. We welcome you once again.
Dr. Ravindra, thank you very much for inviting me today. Good evening to you and your colleagues and my friends there. My colleague, Mary Florence, thank you for inviting me also. And of course, thank you, Sri Holistic Health, for the chance to speak here. So I'll begin by saying we're at a difficult time globally. We're facing so many events that affect our health that are out of our control. We can begin, of course, with global warming. And the most recent evidence, of course, the terrible flooding in Bangladesh and great suffering, economic hardship. And you know, the global warming is still not being addressed sufficiently. You know, Bangladesh does not produce much of the carbon and other things that cause global warming, but they're feeling the impact the most. And the wealthy countries, my country, other countries, aren't doing enough still to address global warming. So we need global action by wealthier countries to help less wealthy countries to combat this global problem. But global warming, of course, is causing, and ozone layer problems are causing great suffering and great impact, adverse impact on our health and well-being. When your family is uprooted because of flooding, you just try to survive, and depression, trauma, lack of access to healthy food and water. These are all things that are just a health catastrophe, and a catastrophe in many other ways, a family catastrophe, a environmental catastrophe, a financial catastrophe. But even looking beyond the theme for today, our theme of the ozone layer and global warming, we have other events. We have the COVID-19 pandemic that continues into the third year now, causing great suffering, disruption, not just in terms of those who are infected, but the impact globally on supply chains, on economy, on jobs. We're continuing to feel still, as the pandemic variants continue, ongoing need for vigilance and adjustment to that problem. We're facing other new and routine infectious disease. Monkeypox, of course, is a problem in some parts of the globe, and we're approaching in the United States now the annual flu season. So we have a need to take protective measures if we can in terms of healthy habits, whether it's wearing a face mask in a crowded place, whether it's washing your hands often to help prevent infectious disease and avoid further health problems in this time of global warming. We have a global increase in non-communicable diseases, chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension, driven in part by our habits, the food we eat, the amount of time we spend sitting in front of our computer or laptop, or the amount of time we spend looking at our smartphone screen or TV screen rather than doing something more physically active. So we have a need to look at how can we improve our habits? How can we become healthier? Now, of course, when you're struggling to survive a flood, you really cannot focus on improving your healthy habits. You got to survive at that point. But in times where there are no acute threats, what can we do as a society, as professionals, to help address these challenges? Now, all of these challenges, so I would add to the challenges the Russia-Ukraine war, which has had implications globally on food supply, other kind of things economically. So my message is many things: global warming, the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war. They're all causing things that we cannot control, that the people on the street cannot influence or manage. And they're causing great suffering on our health, both our physical health and our mental health. We've seen, because of COVID-19 globally, and now with the impact of war and global warming, increased depression, increased post-traumatic stress disorder, increased anxiety, a feeling of just things being out of control, increased alcohol and substance use in the population, increased overdose deaths in the United States from opioids. So we're seeing people react, not surprisingly, to things that are terrible, impacting their life and out of their control with great distress. So there's no simple solution, and we need to really, as a society, band together and lobby for government, both our local government and global governments, to help address these problems, but do what we can on the ground in Bangladesh, in India, in where I do my work in Asia and also in America. How can we help create a new workforce or train existing healthcare providers to better meet these demands? You have many excellent physicians and nurses and social workers in Bangladesh and India, but they're not really trained on how do you help people cope with depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder? How can they make better choices about their food if they have the opportunity, resources to buy healthy food? I know many people do not, so I understand that. But for those who have the resources to purchase healthier foods, how can we help them understand what is good for their body to eat and what is not good? How can we help people reduce their reliance on alcohol and drugs to cope with stress? So we need to train our professionals on existing techniques to improve health behaviors, to cope with depression, to cope with anxiety, to cope with stress, to cope with making healthy decisions, if you can, about what you eat and how you keep yourself active. So my focus in my work has been on training social workers and community health workers, physicians and nurses to learn techniques to improve healthy habits, whether it's eating healthier, more fruits and vegetables, reducing high-fat fried foods, reducing sugar and things like soda and tea, to help people become physically active, to make sure they're not spending too much time tied down to their computer screen, their smartphone, to help people learn how to manage depression and stress more effectively, whether it's through techniques like cognitive behavioral therapy, behavioral activation, meditation, mindfulness, Ayurvedic medicine. There are many different ways to help people cope with the trauma they're experiencing in life. And my hope in my own small way to contribute is to help additional training. I'm doing work right now to train social workers in Bangladesh, India, Vietnam, and China on these techniques. And that's not going to solve global warming, of course, right? That needs a more broad government-based approach. But anything we can all do in a small way to help improve the life of people who are suffering around us as professionals, as healthcare professionals, as university faculty, whatever we can do to help address these problems, even the smallest things, are welcome and needed. So I just encourage all of you to find in your own heart, what can you do to help address some of these terrible problems? Certainly I'm doing that in my own way, the control I can have, recognizing it's never enough, but doing something is better than doing nothing. The last thing I'll say about global warming and the ozone layer is that we know increasingly from research that people have the opportunity, the resources to spend more time in healthy environments, whether it's in a forest, a garden, by a lake or a stream or the ocean. People who spend more time in those environments have much better physical and mental health than people that have less time in those environments. There's actually what they call green health. Can you do things to increase how much you have natural plants around you during some parts of your day? Now, of course, I understand in India or Bangladesh, it may not be a possibility. If you're just struggling to survive, you can't pick to go to a nice lake or a forest that's not polluted and having ozone or air pollution problems. But the more we can do things to help bring to people things like healthier environments, making buildings that have better filtration systems, maybe getting funding for smaller filters for people who need them when there are times of high pollution, encouraging wearing of N95 face masks during times of high pollution. These are all short-term things we can do to reduce the negative impact of pollution and ozone on all of us. So again, I don't want to sound naive or unrealistic. These are big problems requiring government funding, supports, initiative, collaboration across countries, high income and low income countries together to solve these problems. In the meantime, certainly what we can do is find ways in our professional life to offer help. And in my case, that means helping to train social workers on new approaches to change habits that are a little bit easier to learn than more traditional approaches. I'm especially interested in approaches to habit change um, based on new habit theory that's being used more frequently and more recently by healthcare professionals. There have been many books published about this, books like Atomic Habits or Habit Stacking, where we try to use our existing habits to build new habits. When I wake up in the morning and have my tea, I'll spend 5 minutes doing meditation after my tea, and every day. And the idea is you add a new healthy habit every day at the same time. Make it short so it's realistic. I'm not going to walk 10,000 steps. I'm going to walk up and down my stairs for 5 minutes. We can do small things to build new habits to become permanent habits. There's a new science how to do this. I'm working on training my colleagues, including social workers, on those techniques. And I'll give a longer talk here later on about that approach. But my focus today is more focused on the challenge we're facing globally and how we can all try and do things to help the people who are suffering in all countries in the world from these catastrophes that are out of their control. They're not caused by them, but need help. So in summary, I'll just say global warming, air pollution, COVID-19, the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on global food supply, grain from Ukraine, for example, all things that people feel they can't control, people feel overwhelmed because they're chronic, nonstop stressors that impact their life every day. And I hope we can all find ways to do small things to help address these problems and improve the health and well-being of our nation's people, but also to lobby our government to take more action and provide more funding, especially for those who are poor and don't have the resources or luxury of trying to purchase healthy food. You're trying to survive, you can't make those kind of decisions. So I want to really wind down and stop my conversation here. I want to thank you all for the time today. It's always a pleasure talking with you here, Dr. Ravindra, Mary Florence, and Shri Holistic Health. I really appreciate the opportunity to try and offer some suggestions, but also to learn from you. So I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback from other people who are trying to solve these same problems. So with that, I will say thank you very much. I appreciate the time today, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Professor Ronald. As you rightly pointed out, we have a huge responsibility along with the governments, and we need to take up a lot of capacity building along with environmental activists, social workers, psychologists, counselors, and medical professionals who are all working on different areas of health on different levels, on different domains. Because this climate change has brought out huge impact, and no one is untouched with this climate change. And everyone, including farmers, industries, education, everything got affected. And especially, as you rightly pointed out, COVID-19 has left everyone, in great grief and sorrow that everyone lost, most of them lost their family members, and almost 2 years there is no income, and the kind of the situations pandemic has really brought. You rightly pointed out how much we can contribute in terms of capacity building, training the professionals to meet this upcoming and ongoing crisis. Very well portrayed, and you are doing wonderful job, especially in multiple countries, by training social workers, which is a need of the hour. And we also actively look on for more opportunities where we can also collaborate and train some more on this platform. So definitely that will add to your contribution, and we could also get benefit from that, so that we can also go back to the community and contribute in some way. So very well said, very well presented, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to share your observations, thoughts. You can unmute yourself and we can take up few queries.
Good evening, Professor. You've done a great job. Actually, a lot of learning from you each time you present. For me, I don't have any questions, but each time you present, I learned a lot from your sessions. Every time you do justice to the topic. So my hearty congratulations to you for your next session and for your future. God bless you, sir. Take care, sir. Bye, sir.
Mary, thank you for the feedback, but also I thank you and all of you, because I'm learning day by day more about, Bangladesh and India and the challenges there. And so you're my teachers, and I cannot be effective without learning from you. So I thank you also for all the feedback and information you sent to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary ma'am. Anyone else would like to share? You can unmute yourself and quickly share your feedback or comments. Feel free to share. If you are unable to unmute, you can raise your hand. I can help you. Okay. You can also leave your feedback in chat box or through feedback form. So thank you, Professor Ronaldo, for joining us and giving your valuable time and gracing this wonderful occasion. And today, we are celebrating this 35th anniversary of Montreal Agreement. This was very crucial in filling the gap and closing the gap of ozone layer, and we are able to consider to most of the extent, we were able to fill that gap, and the hole has become really small. But still, we have to be very conscious because of the kind of activities we are taking. It can also aggravate the situation back. So definitely with all your support and experts from all over the world, with collaboration like among the governments and also individuals and academia practitioners, will together will always try to pitch in and will try to create more awareness and support whatever we can in our own capacities. So we wish you all the success, sir, and all your future endeavors. And thank you once again for joining us. And thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a good celebration. I send you my wish for blessings and prayers during this difficult time in your country, and I wish you all well and a good night and a good weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Have a great weekend. Take care. After this wonderful session by Professor Ronald Laudel, we will move on to take a brief history of the United Nations initiatives, and we will look into each and every aspect by our colleagues who will be presenting on today's topics. So let's quickly look on to today's commemoration. That is International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer, which is celebrated on 16th September of every year. The ozone layer, a fragile shield of gas, protects the Earth from the harmful portion of the rays of the sun, thus helping preserve life on the planet. The phase out of controlled uses of ozone depleting substances and related deductions have not only helped protect the ozone layer for this and future generations, but also have contributed significantly to the global efforts to address climate change. Furthermore, it has protected human health and ecosystems by limiting the harmful ultraviolet radiation from reaching the Earth. Montreal Protocol at 35, with the theme Global Cooperation Protecting Life on Earth, this year, as the treaty turns 35 on Ozone Day, we will remember how the Montreal Protocol ended one of the biggest threats ever to the face humanity as a whole, the depletion of the ozone layer. When the world found out that ozone depleting gases used in aerosols and cooling were creating a hole in the sky, they came together. They showed that multilateralism and effective global cooperation work, and they phased out these gases. Now the ozone layer is healing. Allow it once again to shield humanity from the sun's ultraviolet radiation. A number of commonly used chemicals have been found to be extremely damaging to the ozone layer. Halocarbons are chemicals in which one or more carbon atoms are linked to one or more halogen atoms, that is fluorine, chlorine, bromine, or iodine. Halocarbons containing bromine usually have much higher ozone depleting potential, in short known as ODP, than those containing chlorine. The man-made chemicals that have provided most of the chlorine bromine for ozone depletion are methyl bromide, methyl chloroform, carbon tetrachloride, and families of chemicals known as halogens and chlorofluorocarbons, in short known as CFCs, and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs. These are the most extremely damaging gases and atoms, chemicals, which are damaging the ozone layer. So if we see what are the various initiatives that has been taken up with the global support, with the global, initiative, we can see when Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer, the scientific confirmation of the depletion of the ozone layer, prompted the international community to establish a mechanism for cooperation to take action to protect the ozone layer. This was formalized in the Vienna Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer, which was adopted and signed by 28 countries on 22nd March 1985. In September 1987, this led to the drafting of the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. The principal aim of the Montreal Protocol is to protect the ozone layer by taking measures to control total global production and consumption of substances that deplete it, with the ultimate objective of their elimination on the basis of developments in scientific knowledge and technological information. It is structured around several groups of ozone depleting substances. The groups of chemicals are classified according to the chemical family and are listed in the annexes to the Montreal Protocol text. The protocol requires the control of nearly 100 chemicals in several categories. For each group or annex of chemicals, the treaty sets out a timeline for the phase out of production and consumption of these substances with the aim of eventually eliminating them completely. The timeline set by the protocol applies to the consumption of ozone depleting substances. Consumption is defined as the quantities produced plus imported, less those quantities exported in any given year. There is also a deduction for verified destruction. Percentage reductions relate to the designated baseline year for the substance. The protocol does not forbid the use of existing or recycled controlled substances beyond the phased out dates. There are few exceptions for essential uses where no acceptable substitutes have been found. For example, in metered dose inhalers, MDI in short, commonly used to treat asthma and other respiratory problems, or halon fire suppression systems used in submarines and aircraft. In 1994, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed 16 September the International Day for the Preservation of Ozone Layer, commemorating the date of the signing of Montreal Protocol in 1987 on the substances that deplete the ozone layer through Resolution 49 by 114. And implementation of the Montreal Protocol progressed well in developed and developing countries. All phased out schedules were adhered to in most cases, and some even ahead of the schedule. Attention focused initially on chemicals with higher ozone depletion potentials, including CFC and halogens. The phased out schedule for HCFS was more relaxed due to their lower ozone depletion potentials, and because they also have been used as a transitional substitutes for CFCs. The HCFC phase-out schedule was introduced in 1992 for developed and developing countries, the latter with a freeze in 2015. The final phase-out by 2030 in developed countries and 2040 in developing countries. In 2007, parties to the Montreal Protocol decided to accelerate the HCFC phase-out schedule for both developed and developing countries. On 16 September 2009, the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol became the first treaties in the history of United Nations to achieve universal ratification. The parties to the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer reached agreement on their 28th meeting of the parties on 15th October 2016 in Kigali, Rwanda, to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, in short known as HFCs. So the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer is a global agreement to protect its ozone layer by phasing out the chemicals that deplete it. The phase-out plan includes both the production and consumption of ozone depleting substances. The landmark agreement was signed in 1987 and entered into the force in 1989. The parties to the protocol meet once a year to make decisions aimed at ensuring the successful implementation of agreement. These include adjusting or amending the protocol, which has been done 6 times since its creation. The most recent amendment, the Kigali Amendment, called for the phase down of hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, in 2016. These HFCs were used as replacements for a batch of ozone depleting substances eliminated by the original Montreal Protocol. Although they do not deplete the ozone layer, they are known to be a powerful greenhouse gases and thus contributors of climate change. The Montreal Protocol provided a set of practical actionable tasks that were universally agreed on. The protocol has successfully met its objectives thus far and continues to safeguard the ozone layer today. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of nations around the world, the ozone layer is well on its way to recovery. The protocol, along with the Vienna Convention, achieved universal participation on 16 September 2009, the first treaties of any kind in the history of United Nations systems to achieve that aspiration. So Section 1 contains the text of Montreal and a summary guide to its control measures. The section has been updated to include the Kigali amendments to the protocol. According to this amendment, a new group of chemicals, the hydrofluorocarbons, are to be phased down. Section 2 contains the decisions of the meetings of the parties and is updated regularly to incorporate decisions adopted by the meetings of parties each year. Section 3, which is also updated regularly, presents information from the relevant annexes to the decisions. These include destruction procedures for ozone depleting substances, essential use exemptions and critical use exemptions for methyl bromide, and terms reference to the assessment panels, the non-compliance procedure of the protocol, the multilateral fund, financial issues, and declarations by the parties. Section 4 contains the information on the rules of procedure. Section 5 contains the information on the evolution of the Montreal Protocol. This valuable historical information on the original 1987 Montreal Protocol and the separate adjustments and amendments to the protocol that were adopted by the meetings of the parties in 1990, 1992, 1995, 1997, 1999, 2007, 2016, and 2018 is of interest in demonstrating how the ozone regime has evolved over time in line with evolving scientific knowledge and technological developments. Complementing to this edition, the Vienna Convention of the Protection of Ozone Layer, the Secretariat hopes that this will be an important tool for the ozone community and welcomes any suggestions for further improvement of the format of regularly updated handbook. As mentioned by the Ozone Secretariat team, United Nations Environment Program, in short known as UNEP. The Vienna Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer, when we realized that ozone depletion was an issue and how did we fix it, by 1985, the globe has already seen advancements in scientific understanding of ozone depletion and its impact on human health and the environment. It was then that the Vienna Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer was created. In response, this agreement framework convention that lays out principles agreed upon many parties. It does not, however, require countries to take control actions to protect the ozone layer. This would come later in the form of Montreal Protocol. The Vienna Convention was the first convention of any kind to be signed by every country involved, taking effect in 1988 and reaching universal ratification in 2009. This speaks to the enormity of the zone depletion at the time and willingness of countries around the world to work together to solve it. The convention aimed to promote cooperation among nations by exchanging information on the effects of human activities on the ozone layer. In doing so, the creators of the convention hoped policymakers would adopt measures to combat those activities responsible for the ozone depletion. Today, the Vienna Convention is still making progress. The countries involved meet once in every 3 years to make decisions on important issues, including on research and systematic observations, as well as financial and administrative matters. So the universal ratification of the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol marked the culmination of many years of efforts by the international community to ensure that the ozone protection treaties achieved global support and implementation. The Ozone Secretariat would like to extend its warmest congratulations to all the countries in the world for this remarkable achievement. We can see the entire convention is divided into 3 sections. Section 1 contains the full text of Vienna Convention for the Protection of Ozone Layer, 1985. Section 2 contains the decisions of the Conference of the Parties and will be updated regularly to incorporate the decisions adopted by the conference in future. The decisions are presented in subsections related to each article of the convention. Section 3 contains the rules of procedure for the meetings of Conference of the Parties and the meetings of parties to the Montreal Protocol. The Ozone Secretariat hopes that it will be an easy tool for all to use and welcomes any suggestions for the further improvement in the format of a regularly updated handbook, as quoted by Ozone Secretariat, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP in short. And, as we discussed, the Montreal Protocol and Vienna Convention both have ratification, accession, acceptance, approval, or succession of the agreements on the protection of stratospheric ozone layer as provided by the Depository and United Nations Office of Legal Affairs, New York, and also the provision application of Article 5 of the Kigal Amendment effective 20 January 2022. So as on 27 July 2022, the status of ratification is signature of Vienna Convention, 28 countries, signature of Montreal Protocol, 46 countries, Vienna Convention, 198 countries, Montreal Protocol, 188 countries, 198 countries, London Amendment 197 countries, and Copenhagen Amendment 197 countries, Montreal Amendment 197 countries, Beijing Amendment 197 countries, and Kigali Amendment 137 countries. As on 27 July 2022. So it stands, the most widely and, accepted and implemented and ratified convention and treaty across the globe. And when coming to India, all these different treaties and agreements were accepted and ratified, in 1991, 1992, 2003, 2021, respectively, with those conventions and amendments. So all these amendments and treaties and these protocols were accepted and ratified by India and various other nations. The adoption of Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layers 35 years ago marked a turning point in the environmental history. The protocol has become a symbol of what global cooperation can achieve if people unite and work together to protect the environment. On this 35th anniversary, we will remember how Montreal Protocol ended one of the biggest threats ever to face humanity, the depletion of the ozone layer, when the world found out that the man-made chemicals used in aerosol sprays and cooling were creating a hole in the sky. They came together. On 16th September 1987, governments adopted the Montreal Protocol to control and reduce ozone-depleting substances, mainly chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, and halogens. The protocol came into effect in 1989. By 2008, it was the first and only environmental agreement by UN to be ratified by every country in the world, with over 99% of ozone-depleting substances now phased out, and the ozone layer is healing. In the face of triple planetary crisis, that is climate change, nature loss, and pollution, the Montreal Protocol is one of the best examples we have of the power of multilateralism, how global cooperation can protect life on Earth, which is the theme of this year World Ozone Day 35th anniversary, as quoted by Meg Secchi, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Program, in short UNEP's Ozone Secretariat. Because the ozone layer filters most of the harmful ultraviolet radiation from the sun, this action has protected millions of people from skin cancer and cataracts. It also allowed vital ecosystems to survive and thrive. It slowed climate change. If ozone depleting chemicals had not been banned, we would be looking at the catastrophic global temperature rise of an estimated 2.5 degrees by 2100. A recent study also estimated that without the Montreal Protocol ban on CFCs, less carbon would have been absorbed and stored in plants, vegetation, and soil, Earth's carbon sinks, which might have led to an additional increase of 0.5 to 1 degrees Celsius of global warming. The work on climate is far from done. However, under the Kigali Amendment, which came into the force in January 2019, nations have committed to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, potent greenhouse gases often used as replacements for the banned ozone-depleting substances in refrigerators and air conditioners. Global compliance with the Kigali Amendment could avoid up to 0.4 degrees Celsius of global temperature rise by the end of the century. As the world grows hotter and demand for cooling rises, we need to ensure that the future cooling technologies are sustainable. The protocol and its Kigali amendment promote the adoption of climate-friendly and energy-efficient cooling technologies. This will potentially lead to the additional climate and other benefits. For instance, making cold chains more sustainable and available, food loss and wastage would be reduced, further decreasing carbon emissions as well as increasing the food security. On this World Ozone Day, we celebrate the achievements of the World Montreal Protocol, the protocol that through global cooperation protected all living things not now and also into the future. The Ozone Secretariat has developed a range of communication assets to promote awareness and create awareness. And there is a scientific evidence and an article published in the Nature, the famous science journal. The Montreal Protocol protects the terrestrial carbon sink, where I'm quoting the abstract of the published paper. The control of the production of ozone depleting substances through the Montreal Protocol means that the stratospheric ozone layer is recovering, and that consequent increases in harmful substance, ultraviolet radiation, are being avoided. The Montreal Protocol has co-benefits for the climate change mitigation because ozone depleting substances are potent greenhouse gases. The avoided ultraviolet radiation and climate change has also co-benefits for plants and their capacity to store carbon through photosynthesis, but this has not previously been investigated. Here, using a modeling framework that couples ozone depletion, climate change, damage to the plants by ultraviolet radiation, and the carbon cycle, we explore the benefits of avoided increases in the ultraviolet radiation and changes in the climate on terrestrial biosphere and its capacity as a carbon sink. Considering a range of strengths for the effect of ultraviolet radiation on plant growth, we estimate that there could have been 325 to 690 billion tons less carbon held in the plants and soils by the end of this century. That is from 2080 to 2099, without the Montreal Protocol as compared to the climate projections with the controls on ozone depleting substances. This change could have resulted in an additional 115 to 235 parts per million ppm of atmospheric carbon dioxide, which might have led to additional global warming of a mean surface temperature of by 0.50 to 1.0 degrees. Our findings suggest that the Montreal Protocol may be helping to mitigate climate change through avoided decreases in the land carbon sink. And this year theme, Global Cooperation Protecting Life on Earth, Montreal Protocol. In a human lifetime, the mid-30s can be a time of reflection, to think about what we have achieved and look ahead to what more we can accomplish. It is no different for the Montreal Protocol to protect the ozone layer, the most successful environmental treaty to date. As the treaty turns 35 on World Ozone Day, we will remember how Montreal Protocol ended one of the biggest threats ever to face humanity as a whole, the depletion of the ozone layer. When the world has found out that the ozone depleting gases used in aerosols and cooling were creating a hole in the sky, they came together and they showed the multilateralism and effective global cooperation worked, and they phased out these gases. Now the ozone layer is healing, allowing it once again to shield humanity from sun's ultraviolet radiation. This action protected millions of people from skin cancer and cataracts and various other UV susceptible diseases over the years, since it allowed the vital ecosystems to survive and thrive. It safeguarded the life on Earth and it slowed climate change. If ozone depleting chemicals have not been banned, we would be looking at a global temperature rise of an additional 2.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, which would have been a catastrophe. In the year of Stockholm plus 50, making 5 decades since the landmark conference that kickstarted today's environment global movement, the Montreal Protocol has much more to give. Under the Kigali Amendment, nations have committed to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, a move that could avoid up to 0.4 degrees Celsius of global temperature rise by the end of the century. The protocol and its amendment are helping the world adopt climate-friendly and energy-efficient cooling technology. What does this mean for humanity? As we continue to protect the ozone layer, it will continue to safeguard us and all life on Earth. It also means a cooler planet as more countries ratify the amendment. It means more people being able to access vital cooling technology without further warming the planet. It also means the protocol continuing to send a clear and lasting message. Global cooperation to protect life on Earth is our best chance at a brighter future for everyone. And this year theme, Montreal Protocol at 35, Global Cooperation Protecting Life on Earth, recognizes the wider impact that the Montreal Protocol has on climate change and the need to act in collaboration, forge partnerships, and develop global cooperation to address climate changes and protect life on Earth for future generations. So let's watch a short video.
"35 years ago, one of the most successful environmental agreements was adopted, the Montreal Protocol. Scientists had discovered chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, everyday gases used in fridges, air conditioners, insulating foams, and spray cans, were creating a hole in our ozone layer. If CFCs were to continue to be emitted into the atmosphere unchecked, the ozone layer would have been destroyed, and that would have been catastrophic for life on Earth. You see, the ozone layer is a shield that protects us, the crops, and all nature around us, even building materials, from the harmful and damaging effects of the sun's UV radiation. Scientific evidence painted a grim future for mankind if this shield were to disappear. Increased cases of skin cancer, irreparable damage to nature, to life on land and underwater, including plants and animals for our food. Luckily, world leaders came together and collaborated to find a solution. The Montreal Protocol was adopted to ban these harmful ozone-depleting substances, and 35 years on, the ozone layer is slowly recovering. But did you know? Ozone-depleting substances are also greenhouse gases. By banning these harmful substances, the Montreal Protocol also helped reduce the impact of global warming. Protecting our trees and plants from excessive UV radiation exposure for the past 35 years also helped safeguard the Earth's carbon sink and reduced the amount of carbon dioxide released in our atmosphere, slowing down global warming up to 1 degree Celsius. But the ozone story isn't over yet. We need to continue protecting the ozone layer and the environment. Countries that ratify the protocol's Kigali Amendment commit to phasing down potent climate-warming hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, that is estimated to avoid up to 0.4 degrees Celsius of global warming by the end of the century. The Kigali Amendment also encourages countries to adopt more ozone and environmentally friendly sustainable cooling technologies. A big win for mankind and nature. On this 35th World Ozone Day, we celebrate the contribution the Montreal Protocol has made in protecting life on Earth, now and into the future.
So with this short introduction and about the Vienna Convention and the Montreal Protocol and various initiatives taken by all the nations across the world and also member nations of United Nations and the initiatives of United Nations to help and protect the humanity and plant and animal life and human life on Earth, appreciating and patting all of us, for cooperating and collaboration for mutual sustainable development is a great initiative, and to appreciate and moving forward with more greater initiatives together. So we will move on to next session, and we will take up other aspects of environment. So we have with us our next speaker. Okay, before that, we will watch a small video and then we'll move on to our next speaker.
Let me share with you one of the greatest success stories of environment negotiations ever. Indeed, it may be one of the greatest success stories of any sort of negotiations on this planet.
In our long history, there is one unprecedented act of humanity in which every country on Earth came together to protect the future of life on Earth. The Montreal Protocol.
The story of the Montreal Protocol is in some ways also the story of the 20th century. Something that was a great invention, namely a chemical chlorofluorocarbon, had unintended consequences that suddenly became a planetary problem.
It all began with a good idea. In the 1920s, coolants in refrigerators were so toxic that a leak could kill you. So we invented safer chemicals to do the job. CFCs.
The wonder chemicals of the 20th century.
They were so versatile, people's lives were transformed. But in 1974, Sherwood Rowland and Mario Molina predicted that the Earth's natural sun shield, the ozone layer, was being eaten by CFCs at a terrifying rate.
We felt a great responsibility to actually warn society that something could happen.
All eyes turned to the ozone layer. And sure enough, there was an enormous hole in the stratosphere.
It was such a shocking revelation. Over half the ozone layer destroyed above Antarctica in a decade.
If the destruction wasn't stopped, we'd be at risk from lethal levels of UV radiation.
We'd be in dead trouble. We'll have a blind, burnt population.
Faced with this global threat, the world came together to take action. And in 1987, more than 30 countries agreed to phase out the production of CFCs and signed the Montreal Protocol. Over the 3 decades since, the rest of the world's nations have signed up. Together, they've taken on the greatest planetary repair job ever attempted.
It's absolutely terrifying to work on a project that's so important because you know that failure is not an option.
Making the Montreal Protocol a success has taken brilliant minds.
We are working to protect human life.
It has taken determination.
It has made more progress than any other environmental convention in the world.
If the countries of the world engaged in similar deliberations for every issue that faces our world, I would be very happy.
And it has taken ingenuity from an extraordinary global community.
We always have our disagreements, and at the end of the day we have our agreement.
And it has worked. With CFCs banned, the ozone hole is healing. Now it's time to take action again.
You need passion, you need leadership to change the Montreal Protocol into an even better treaty. Victory is within our grasp.
There's only one Earth. We have only one Earth to protect. We cannot lose this one.
Once more, we must come together to protect the future of our planet.
To you, the delegates, and as somebody who considers himself part of the Montreal Protocol family, as you meet in Kigali, look to history. Remember where the Montreal Protocol started off from, and please help the world to take the next step. There is need for everybody to compromise, but sometimes out of small steps towards one another, big things can happen. And you, as a family of the Montreal Protocol, have demonstrated that time and time again.
Yeah, hope with this video we are completely aware of the Montreal Protocol and Vienna Convention and also the Kiel Amendment, and we'll move on to our third session. It will be presented by Dr. Jayachandra, Vice President, Pure Earth Foundation and Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, Advisor, Center for Innovations in Public Systems. Sir will be presenting on impact of ozone layer on environment. Over to you, sir. Once again, we welcome you to the international seminar. You can unmute yourself. You can start your video or audio and presentation.
Thank you, Ravindra Garu. It's a fine evening. But very few, because that is unfortunate state of the world, that what is important and what is not important. So that is a big gap among these new societies across the globe. So we should learn what is the importance and the things to learn, educate, get awareness, and actively participate in days like this, international days, and then particularly this is the universal cause. But all societies, all individuals, everybody thinks their own locally, individually, so at their own requirement or whatever necessities. So that is the unfortunate state. That is one of the things we should be more concerned about that. Because the topic today is World Ozone Day. I hope my screen is visible. Is it visible or I forgot to share it?
Not yet, sir. We can see you, hear you, but
I must share this. I forgot to share this. Yes, right.
Yeah, it's visible now, sir.
Yeah. See, because and you had a wonderful, content, and then that wonderful videos. So showing, because we all just know what we have seen in our life and what we have not seen in the history, in the previous century, previous decades, before we were, before us, what happened, all these things. That's a wonderful thing, good content, and the dangers. See, we are human being, the evolution and the scientific knowledge and scientific development continuously keeps us in search of luxuries and comforts. This is one of the cause. Today we are discussing the protecting this ozone layer, how to protect it, why it is important. If we don't protect, what happened? Actually, what is the cause of it? The cause of it is only the human's comforts only. That is what you have seen in your video itself. So what all the refrigeration, the air condition. So we have invented these things for our comforts, but the same comforts is questioning our surveillance on this planet Earth. Of course, only after using we could realize it. When we realize it, certainly we should find a solution and adopt it and take an active role and active participation, and at least understanding, and then making the generation know about this. And not that the what is our tomorrow's program, what is that our this month's end examination, what is that? It's like that every age group, they have their own priorities, leaving and ignoring the important priority which every individual on this planet Earth has to think, that we are giving a second priority. That is the unfortunate state of the situation. That's what I want to mention. So, and as you rightly read, so much content about the Montreal protocols started 35 years ago, and of course identifying the damage and then try to rectify the damage also. We are in that process, so we should feel happy about this one side. At the same time, more awareness and more knowledge about this, even at all irrespective of subjects. See, this is a universal problem which questions the life on planet Earth. So such topics, such content should be given important irrespective of the subject or education you are giving to this humankind or whatever generations are undergoing this. But unfortunately, this was dealt under only a very few subjects, and many of the educated youth also, they never know. Without knowing, see, at least if you know, you are aware, then you can think about certain remedies and solutions. And that direction, even the governments and the administration should work so that they should impose. See, as you said, rightly said, stopping the production of CFCs, which is damaging the ozone layer. Because Montreal Protocol, 24 or 30 countries have taken a firm decision and reduced 50% of the production. That is only making a slow recovery of this ozone layer over the Antarctica, where already there was a hole. That means there was a depletion. So that means it clearly shows if there is an agreement, there is an NGO, there is a government policy, and also government should think of how the people, how the public should contribute their part, so that if every individual aware of it and what way they can do some contribution. It's not that always so understand seriously about CFCs and all. There may be many people, many sector which may not understand that, but still you can use the solutions in simple forms. That anyhow is there. So let me go through a few more, some basic things about the significance of ozone layer for the environment of Earth. Because straight away I can say, without ozone layer above the or in the atmosphere of Earth, the Earth wouldn't have any life, and we will not be there on this Earth. I don't know what kind of life will be there. So, and this ozone layer, let us learn few things about what exactly mean by this layer, how it got formed, where it is all. So let me just run through only very few slides. So I don't like to have more slides and then could not focus on all the things like that. So very few slides are there. So as we all know, the Earth atmosphere, we have this many, this is called total Earth atmosphere, divided into 5 spheres. So from surface of Earth to around 13-14 kilometers, we call troposphere, and then up to 50 kilometers, so we call the stratosphere, and then mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere. This is how the Earth atmosphere is divided, and the main focus for us is the close spheres, that is troposphere and stratosphere, these are important for us. Reason is the ozone layer is just above the troposphere and in the start of the stratosphere. So that is where we are more concerned, and we must know what is happening here. So that is why these two the close spheres, atmosphere, you call ranges or whatever, the spheres. So we just understand a little more about these two exclusively, because the remaining things anyhow for a different purpose. We have like satellite communication, communicate satellites and GPS satellites and remote sensing satellites, they're all in that above 800 kilometers. Okay, starting from there. And we have aircrafts, then the air traffic and all within this tropo and the stratospheres. So let us understand these two layers which are close to the surface of Earth, and what makes the formation of ozone layer. That is the important thing. I just want to give focus, so that little bit knowledge I can share to this evening, whoever is joined here as participants. So, though it is an approximate mention here, so it is spread. For example, from 8 kilometers onwards, you can say up to 14 kilometers. That is a joint of this tropo and stratosphere. So, some books or some content published, it is 10, it is 13, it is 12, doesn't matter. So, maybe like this. Similarly, and that means around 12, 13 or below 10 to 15 kilometers ozone layer is there. So even earlier topics I used to, whenever there is a satellite based sensing and all these things, and are the concern about environment and all. So in the same class, again, maybe in the next slide, we have the hazardness, the danger of the radiation coming from sun, and try to occupy the whole atmosphere of Earth and all planets, everything. And certainly that entire radiation coming from sun was stopped by this ozone layer to some extent, and certain portions was allowed. Therefore, it's a convenient environment that was created for biolife. So including several millions of creatures on planet Earth. So that beautiful condition, that is what the arrangement of environment, Earth's environment. So just few things about these two important layers. The closest of Earth is called, that means from the surface of Earth, that means where we are walking, where we are living. So from there, that means we are all living in troposphere. Our clouds will form in troposphere. We get rains, the entire weather changes, weather changes are, presence of the total climate and weather, it is confined to troposphere only. Even most of our air traffic will confine to troposphere only. Very few like jets, few things they enter into stratosphere. But most of the air traffic also confines to within this 10 kilometers or 12 kilometers from surface of Earth. So this is what up to 12 to 14 kilometers surface of Earth, the atmosphere is called troposphere. And this troposphere has whatever the density of the constituents. See, atmospheric constituents, it means a lot for us. You can see here the major part of atmosphere within troposphere is nitrogen. So 78%, and then oxygen, and then some other gases here, and the carbon dioxide, as argon and other gases, all are there. So the major gaseous molecules, water droplets, dust particles. So, and any, for example, besides the oceans and all, the humidity. So these are all the atmospheric constituents. That is why the density of the atmosphere, air, everything is a comfortable density for breathing. See, there will be in stratosphere air, though it has again nitrogen and oxygen here, and here also nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, argon, all these are there in troposphere. But this nitrogen and oxygen were in stratosphere, and mostly because ozone layer is also there in stratosphere, and certain chemical reactions, I will explain you all, if permits. So they make this air less dense. The density will become very, very dilute, and it is not suitable for breathing. That is the problem. So people cannot survive with the kind of gaseous mixtures or kind of environment in stratosphere. But the whole troposphere, the good, you see here, 80% of total atmospheric mass is there in troposphere. The remaining all is low density constituents, because there is not much water droplet. The entire, for example, you see, and I told entire weather changes, weather formation, cloud formation, everything will be confined to troposphere, and because of that, it will automatically, increases the density of the whatever constituents there by adding water droplets, water to this air. So like that, and this is suitable for the for life, for breathing and all. Suddenly in a lab, suppose you same oxygen and nitrogen, this combination, whatever air, see, though the air has all these, we breathe and we take only oxygen, and oxygen only useful, and our body will take into our blood cells and all. The remaining gases we also take, but they don't enter into our blood cells and all. So such combined gaseous mixtures in stratosphere are different totally because of ozone layer presence. What happens there, we will understand in next slide. So the presence of air, weather, and all this, what are there, and the entire air transportation, the weather formation, these are the great things. That's all good things for life on planet Earth is what provided by the troposphere. So the troposphere is a wonderful environment of Earth that is maintaining a balanced density of all these gaseous mixtures and all the, I can say, atmospheric constituents. Let it be dust or dust free or whatever, everything. And the next thing is stratosphere. Certainly, ozone is present. That is very important there. Ozone is present, and no clouds there, and zero water vapor. It's very, very little close to ozone layer only will be observed, and beyond ozone layer it will be zero. And safe for air travel, but very less air traffic will be there. And this toxic air too thin for normal breathing. That is important. So that is why, and you see there are some for interesting facts, for simple facts, like swans, cranes, and vultures. Few species of birds group, they can fly even into stratosphere. Okay, so and we'll see, move on to this one. Of course, the next slide we are going to understand about that, how ozone will be formed and all. Before that, or we can just interchange these slides also, it's not an issue. But this is having knowledge about this particular thing. What is the sun radiation? What it consists, and what is good for environment, good for life, what is same way bad for or danger for life on planet Earth. So this was many times in my lectures. So because when you talk about environment, you must know this thing. That is why I always talk on this. The reason is the entire radiation of sun, the radiation from sun, emitting this a wide spectrum of wavelengths called electromagnetic waves, electromagnetic energy, and that in different ranges. See, a range of frequencies or wavelengths, we call it a band. So like that, a few bands are there. That's why we call it as a spectrum. So electromagnetic spectrum, because each portion of it has different application, different use, Therefore, and it has a positive use and a negative use. So we can clearly understand this is the top. Here the wavelength is very small, and the wavelength, and from this end to this, that is from top to bottom, the wavelength is increasing, and one end is very short. How much short is, for example, if 1 millimeter is divided into a few thousands are a lakh parts, thousands and lakh parts, a millimeter is divided, then imagine what is that dimension, what is that width. So that is the size of the wavelength here in this side. And same way the other side, minimum is, you see here it is 1000 meters. That means 1 kilometer. A wavelength is 1 kilometer, and one side it is wavelength is thousands part of millimeter. So such a varied frequencies and wavelength, and the wavelength is small, frequency is very high. Wavelength is long, frequency is less. Therefore, the velocity for this entire radiation is same, because all physicists knows V is equal to n lambda. So the n is frequency, and lambda is varying here. Wavelength is varying, small and big. Small will have multiplied with high frequency. Frequency is high, and the long wavelength multiplied by less frequency. Thus, it balances the velocity for this radiation. All the radiation coming from sun will travel with the same speed of light, and everybody knows what is speed of light. So like that, they come from, emit from sun, come out from sun surface, because the entire mass, entire matter in sun is in a burning state, plasma state, where continuously whatever the particles in the structure of matter, the atoms and all these, and excited state. So excited state, what they will do, they continuously fall down and go to the next level. So energy will be emitted. That is all phenomena happening. So continuously this radiation is coming out, all this. And when you look at this radiation, the top high frequency and low radiation are most dangerous. The top cosmic gamma X-rays are more dangerous to destroy the objects on Earth, and ultraviolet will not destroy, but it causes warming of the surface. If it reaches, what is the danger of ultraviolet is, and why we concerned about more ultraviolet always when we talk ozone layer? Because the ozone layer, because of the short wavelengths, ozone layer is able to prevent these short wavelengths from ultraviolet to this gamma, cosmic rays, X-rays, all these things are cosmic rays, which are short wavelength. These short wavelengths could not penetrate through the ozone cloud. Ozone cloud, as I told, around that 10 to, or say 11 to a few kilometers stretch it is there. It's not just a thin layer. Few kilometers stretch it is there, ozone layer. And that ozone layer, that many kilometer distance, this short wavelengths, they try to penetrate, but penetrate to some distance, and you know, they return, or they cannot move forward. That is the issue. So suppose if this ozone layer is depleted, what happens? The first radiation that will enter into Earth atmosphere is ultraviolet. Maybe this further short wavelength they may not enter, but the first entrant to this atmosphere of Earth is ultraviolet. Ultraviolet, if it reaches the surface, it warms up the surface. So global warming will happen. That is the danger of ultraviolet. It won't harm in other way, because we also take ultraviolet scanning to our body, all these things. It's not that danger. But what is the dangerous thing of it is, when it reaches the surface of Earth, the surface temperature will increase because of its interaction with this light and electromagnetic radiation. You can say sun radiation. The interaction of ultraviolet radiation with the and what all the water droplets and this, the troposphere constituents, it will heat up the surface. Now, exactly next to ultraviolet, the light, visible light, that is visible wavelength, this portion is entering into Earth's surface. Ozone is allowing it, or you cannot say ozone is allowing. These wavelengths are capable to come out. That is the actual way we should understand. The wavelengths which are around 400 nanometers, okay, around 400 nanometers to 700 nanometers called the wavelength of visible spectrum or visible wavelengths. You can see here 400 to 700, blue, green, red. So this little longer comparative to ultraviolet, able to come out of this and enter into the atmosphere. If suppose light also was stopped by ozone layer, imagine what would be the condition of environment of Earth. Again, there is no life. That is also an interesting thing. Or we do not know what kind of features can survive, what kind of creatures can survive, because heat will come. Infrared is what? Heat. So if light is stopped here, at least IR will come to the surface. If IR comes without light, see IR and light. That is why when you go in the mid of the day, the noon time outside, then there is no tree or any shadow or there in open place. You can see things, but at the same time you feel hot, and because the IR is touching your skin. Eyes cannot see, but skin can sense that IR. So that is a different story. If the ozone layer could stop even the visible, that's a different story. But fortunately, that is the beauty and wonder. The visible wavelengths could able to penetrate and come out of the ozone layer and enter into Earth atmosphere, that is enter into troposphere. And of course, all these other radiations, they are not that harmful to us, and they have wonderful applications on this universe. The entire communication, what we are sitting here, you people are staying somewhere else, this is happening because of this radio waves. The computer technology and connecting to satellite, whatever internet, everything. So the communication, whole communication in the world is happening because of this long wavelengths only. Okay, because there is no wire connected between you and me, but this is all satellite link. So we watch cricket matches, we watch television, live events across the globe, wherever anything is happening. That is all because of this long wave. That is why wonderful applications are there for this entire radiation of sun, which is entering into troposphere, entering out of the ozone layer. Now, so that is the reason the harmful radiation is prevented, could not enter, and the useful radiation is entering into the atmosphere. Therefore, many things we could be able to plan it here. Now, this ozone layer, we should understand a little bit what it consists, what does it mean. You see, this is the ozone layer here, and this is the gap, this is the depletion. And now let us understand in stratosphere where ozone is present, what is happening is the molecular oxygen, see molecular oxygen atoms, they are different. Atoms, a molecule is formed by combination of atoms. So water is there. Water is a molecule. Suppose what hydrogen is separate, O2 oxygen is separate. If they are given to you, this is a hydrogen, this is an oxygen in two different things. You cannot consume it like a water. You will get water when they combine together to form a molecule that is called hydrogen, H2O molecule. Like that, molecular state is different, and it is always a safe state, molecule state. That means an independent atoms merge together, combine together to form a new molecule. All molecule states, see whatever you have today, you take all chemistry, whatever the periodic table and all elements. Even plants need carbon, see plants need carbon, iron, magnesium, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all these. How? So, and they are available in soil. Available in gas is different. Available in soil means how? Molecular form, molecular state. They are available in molecular state. So even oxygen in molecular state has no danger. So this molecular oxygen combined with sunlight, breaking into oxygen atoms. When it broken into oxygen atoms, now instead of forming O2, there is possibility of forming O3. That is why. If oxygen, see, that is where in troposphere, whatever we are breathing, that is all in O2. That is in O2. That means oxygen molecule, which is, you know, O2 molecule, whereas here, when it's combined with sunlight, it breaks into oxygen atoms, and there may be possibility of forming O2s and O3s. That is the situation there. Because the sunlight in stratosphere is different and sunlight in troposphere is different. So that is the difference here. So you can ask, sunlight is there in troposphere also, oxygen is there in troposphere also. But along with the oxygen, here so many other molecules, hydrogen, the water droplets. That's where I told the troposphere constituents are different, stratosphere constituents are different, and troposphere environment and even the sunlight is different. You might have recalled the previous slide. There is no cloud cover, there is no weather, there is less. It is a quiet and calm environment in the stratosphere. There is no movement, there is no traffic, there is no wind, nothing. No weather, no wind. So it is like almost like a space, but not space, because it has nitrogen, oxygen, like gases mixers are there. You cannot call stratosphere as a space. It has its own constraints. But that environment is best suited for breaking the oxygen molecules when it interacts with sunlight into oxygen atoms. And because when the entire oxygen is available in atoms, there is possibility of forming O2 and O3. There is only two ways. Oxygen atoms, independent mono oxygen atoms, can become either O2 or O3. And more O3s will produce. And that is all, that's a kind of gas, toxic gas, with very light density. Suppose ozone is there, you want to breathe. See, O2, I told O2 density is different, suitable for breathing. O3 you want to breathe, you will get so many problems because it dilutes. See what happens, for example, take our own health issues. Many people with the heart problems and the blood clot in the blood carriers clot, because the thickness, the density of the blood will increase by adding whatever the other material, other things from our food. And we take some medicines, some tablets, something like that to dilute our blood thinners. Aspirin, all these things, blood thinners we take. Suppose if you take too much blood thinner, so this ozone will dilute too much of our blood. So too much of diluting is very dangerous. So too much density is danger, too much of lighter dilution is also danger to human health. So both way it is danger. That is why this ozone is dangerous. Very light density. If you breathe ozone, automatically that oxygen entering into our blood cells will thin further. Finally, it just wherever possible, a small fracture will take out the entire blood. You can't stop it. So these are all some issues. So main cause of forming ozone in stratosphere is, number one, it's a wonderful environment, suitable ambience or environment for this oxygen molecules to split into atoms, and atoms will form into ozone. Now, stratosphere, only 10%. Only 10% this kind of formation. And you see this, the ozone concentration will be a scientist Dobson, and his name is Dobson units. And how to measure this concentration? There is a spectrometer, and we have certain technologies even through aircraft. Sorry, aircraft, not it is a spacecraft, some satellites and balloons, and the Dobson spectrometer, spectrophotometer. So you can use to know the density. And here the small fact is here. 1957-64. This is the the ozone concentration above troposphere, and 2006 to 2012 around, that means 15 years back, that concentration got reduced to 200 Dobson units. And every year, average 1 to 2% degradation per 10 years. So if you don't take any measures, slowly, it is not happening over or just tomorrow suddenly the depletion of it won't happen. It will have, it's a slow poison. So 1%, 1.5% degradation, reduction in 10 years. Like that, suppose 2-3 centuries, slowly it becomes 20-30%. That is enough. So once that depletion is there, ultraviolet first wavelength, which is ready to penetrate from ozone layer, will enter, global warming will occur indirectly. So now these are the reasons for depletion. Chemicals released by human activity. See the wonderful video Ravindra Garu showed. So we went for comforts. We invented refrigerators, air conditions, and we have all the AC vehicles today. The most danger is this, and the foam used in these refrigerators and in certain solvents used in these rubber industries, and so many materials are there. We are using even in this computer, whatever desktop boards also, we are using through this dangerous material. That is where that waste is also very dangerous, very harmful. So the man-made chlorine, bromine, and the chlorofluorocarbons, that is called CFC, means chlorofluorocarbons. The carbon combined with chlorine is very dangerous. And carbon combined with fluorine is not that danger. Carbon, fluorine combined with hydrogen is not dangerous. But chlorine combined with chlorine is very, very dangerous. That is a dangerous thing because the chlorine will rapidly interact with the ozone. That is the problem. Fluorine, carbon, hydrogen, these won't react with the ozone. And ozone with 3 atoms molecule is ready to interact with something, and the chlorine is the one of the rapidly interacting. Maybe you can see in some slide how one chlorine atom we will see can damage how many ozone molecules. We will see in the next one. So these things are with the ozone and deplete the ozone levels, causing ozone hole. Here you see this. That is what I want to say. 1 molecule of chlorine monoxide can destroy 10,000 to 1 lakh ozone molecules. So ozone molecule, they are important for us because that is preventing this ultraviolet radiation. So if the ozone molecules are slowly destroyed by this chlorine monoxide, how chlorine monoxide? This is the issue. See, chlorine, that means where chlorine you are getting from man-made chlorine, because from industries, from industrial emissions, we are emitting this chlorine, fluorine, bromine, all we are emitting. But fluorine, bromine is not that danger. The chlorine is very danger. This chlorine, once it reaches the top atmosphere around 10-12 kilometers where ozone is there, once it reaches, it can quickly see chlorine, sunlight, and oxygen. This reaction will produce oxygen plus chlorine monoxide. So the chlorine, which is a molecule here, will become, chlorine atoms and chlorine monoxides. That means chlorine plus oxygen, chlorine monoxide. And this again combined with oxygen will become again chlorine. See, chlorine monoxide joined with or combined with oxygen becomes chlorine. So chlorine formula is that. Chlorine monoxide plus oxygen is chlorine. And this chlorine again interact with sunlight and produces chlorine monoxide. This chlorine monoxide molecule is the dangerous thing. So what is the danger? What is the useful? The ozone O3 is useful to us, and chlorine monoxide, which is reaching this, that means which is chlorine reaching the surface close to the stratosphere up to the troposphere top, and they're interacting with ozone, and then the chlorine molecule monoxide is forming, that is destroying the ozone molecules. So that is why if you can prevent this chlorine emissions, that is called CFCs. So these are the depleting substances: chlorofluorocarbons, carbon tetrachloride, methyl chloroform, and you see where you get all these. These are the things they are increasing house to house. Now we are finding these things. That is the danger. See, a few decades back, it was limited to few societies and few percentage of population, but it is everywhere now. Everywhere. So refrigeration, ACs, foams, all these things. So these are all our common things, regular thing, and we should try to find out some alternatives. And these are the substitutions. If you can, the hydrofluorocarbons, hydrofluorocarbons, and hydrocarbons. These are the substitutes where by adding this hydro to this molecule, this chlorine will dilute, chlorine effect will dilute. Or removing this chlorine totally, that is called a HFCs. HFC is nothing but, see, danger is only one thing, chlorine. Chlorine, by adding with water, that is hydrogen, that hydrochlorofluorocarbon is a better substitute than it won't damage like a chlorine monoxide damages. Therefore, either remove the chlorine and simple hydrocarbons or hydrofluorocarbons, they are not dangerous. So what is that the society, the scientific communities should do is, they should bring things, replace this entire ACs, refrigerant all through these substitutes. Then automatically the chlorine content, the emission to the atmosphere will reduce. That will give us some breathing. Automatically the ozone layer will not be disturbed, and you will find that safe environment of Earth. So this is what Sir already told with the 35th year, and the beginning 24 to 30 countries forming this Montreal Protocol. And already mentioned, these are the precautions. Stopping, number one is stop this CFCs, and see, two things are there. Even earlier days about the pollution like single-use plastic and all. From the same concept, you see, we are witnessing good results now today after these 35 years. Why? 50% of this production was stopped. The chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs and halogens, these gases are stopped 50%, and countries agreed, and they, because those who the rich countries who are producing this, manufacturing this, they are all come to an agreement and stopped it at least by 50%. Therefore, automatically that impact is reduced. Now you are seeing the growth, the ozone growth. Now that is why stopping this and then encouraging the substitutes. That is what already we have seen. So this is the contain fewer chlorine atoms per molecule than CFC. That means the chlorine with hydrogen, that is hydrofluorocarbons, will have less number of chlorine atoms compared to direct chlorine, chlorofluorocarbons. That is the what you are diluting here. That is why hydrofluorocarbons is the dilution version for this, and is the best version is removing chloro. See here, that is hydrofluorocarbons, and even fluorine also removed. That is the wonderful thing. If you, there is a much safe, so we should promote that. And a few simple things that I can just recommend. It is not my recommendation, the world recommendation. So people should stop. Try to live without, or if you want, you can use alternative coolants, not for ACs. So alternative coolants, and then this public transport, because all the AC vehicles, we are increasing day by day AC vehicles, all cars, everything. So, and then try to see at least what way I'm telling. See, we can't avoid traveling. We have to travel. We have to live and travel. But at least a minimum distance. For example, if every individual, if he decides let me walk up to 2 kilometers distance without using the vehicle. If I want to use vehicle beyond a certain distance, I must go use public transport. If this much change is brought in the society, it has a lot of impact. And the appliances selectively, that means that is the very first beginning of my talk I mentioned, awareness is very important. The chlorine products are very important. So you should avoid those things, avoid buying such things. Automatically, you are not doing harm to the society, harm to the self. So every individual should feel that. Suppose if you see, like our prime ministers and other presidents, what they say, don't use single-use plastic. Instead of stopping production, they say don't use. So stopping will give a better impact, and stop using by the public will also give impact, and maybe a little bit. Okay, not to the extent of stopping production, at least to some extent. The same way, if you don't buy such things, okay, such CFC emitting appliances. So very carefully, you are all educated. That is where our education needs this awareness. That is important. And then, of course, a common thing that human being on this planet can do is the beauty, that is plant trees. It takes care of all these things. And maintaining garden around your house like that everybody creates that green environment in their neighborhood, under the community green cover like that. And another danger is the pesticides and insecticides. These we have to stop. That means, as an individual, like all our participants, what is that we can take from this and what is that we can do is, these are the points for us. Though the industries and the government's administration, they should take care of stopping this, reducing this, and changing this. Take alternative. Like we are going for ethanol and the gases for instead of diesel and petrol, alternatives. So here also substitutes, alternatives is there. The government has to take a decision there, but here the individuals can take something from this. And if an individual at individual level implements, certainly find some good things. These are the things that commonly we can encourage, and that is in a open, like that is called afforestation, and this is with your neighborhood, in your surrounding, in-house, in your garden, in your agriculture fields. So these are the activities which will filter the greenhouse gases, minimize the greenhouse gases. Okay. So because greenhouse gas, methane, you have seen in one slide, methane is also dangerous. Carbon tetrachloride, CFCs, and methane. These are dangerous, and this methane will be diluted, will minimizes. We filter impurities and minimizes greenhouse gases. Greenhouse, one of the gases, the methane. So these things. So this is what I want to share with you. So because it's a day, really, I asked Ravindra sir to, at least I want to speak something about it. I must remember that. Maybe whatever fever number we have participants today. So we should take a learning lesson or something from this. And in our daily activities, we do have few points for us. That is where few things, what we can contribute, we can do. That is what I want to say to you all. So thank you, participants, for a patient hearing, and then thank you for the host given me this great opportunity. So thank you, sir. Ravindra garu, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your very detailed presentation. You have really focused on the problem. Nowadays, everyone is starting this using air conditioning and coolers, especially that we are using this to cool ourselves, but we are making us the environment hot, climate hot with these gases emission, that we need to understand that we are contributing to the temperatures that are growing in the environment. Very well said, sir. So participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself. You can share your observations, queries. If any. Yeah, Manasa, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, you told about the ozone depletion layer.
Yeah.
It's been started from the layer of stratosphere.
Yeah.
So will it extend to the exosphere of the last stage, or
No,
it will be in the middle?
It is, I told it is only a maximum 3-4 kilometer stretch only. It is spread over a few kilometers, but not beyond 5 kilometers. So start of, see, from you can say 13 kilometer start of the stratosphere to, and stratosphere is actually from surface of Earth, it is up to 50 kilometers.
Yes, from
so
troposphere to stratosphere.
Yeah. 13 to, you add just 4 or 5 kilometers, 17, 18 kilometer only. That cloud, cloud is called ozone.
Okay.
And beyond that, it will be even beyond ozone, above ozone, few jets and flights also will travel.
Yeah.
Because there is no disturbance and all. And
okay.
They travel because they travel by just GPS. So because that is why some jets they fly, particularly jets, not our airplanes.
Okay.
So it is only 3 to 4 or maximum 5 kilometer stretch only. So it won't even spread till the 50th kilometer of that stratosphere. Then there is no question of in the other spheres of atmosphere.
Okay, the chemicals or the waste, toxic chemicals affiliated from the industries, we should take care of just to protect the 5 to 6 kilometers of that layer.
No. See, first of all, the emissions are from surface. At 0 kilometer,
Yes.
From see, they are all after all, a factory may be having hardly few hundred meters height. That's all. So, but this emission will travel the entire atmosphere through troposphere, and once it reaches the troposphere top, the top of troposphere is nothing but ozone, start of stratosphere. So there it starts interacting with the ozone molecules.
Okay, there and itself reaction will occur.
There it starts. So it damage is happening from earth side, not from the top side.
Okay.
From earth side, the damage of that means opening of ozone is happening from earth side, not
formation of ozone. Yeah. Sir, if the flights and all will do release some toxic elements, but in the layer of exosphere or some other layer.
No. There is no flights moving into the next above stratosphere. Only satellites. Satellites we will launch, and satellite what they carry, their fuel is totally different.
Okay, so it never affect the ozone depletion layer.
And that to see the effect of a satellite. For example, you take how many satellites per year from surface of Earth? It is in numbers, just a few numbers.
Yes.
Then we compare with the damage happening in the ozone layer. How many flights are moving? How many vehicles are moving in the Earth surface? How many ACs are running? This is when you compare this, one satellite carrying one energy source and even polluting that other spheres also. It is negligible when you compare to the kind of emissions on surface of what we are doing through our factories and vehicles. This is like you see the number of vehicles a century back, how many, and a century after 100 year span you check. Then you can count it, you can calculate, you can measure the amount of damage, amount of bad thing that you are creating on surface of Earth.
Yes.
That is the danger.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. It's been really wonderful session, and it's a very knowledgeable and very informative. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Manasa. Anyone else? Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, sir. Actually, it is very good presentation, sir. Lot of learning for me. I learned lot of things, sir, from you.
That is your kindness. You learn everything.
No, sir. Actually, I'm from arts background, so all these things are learning for things for me. So every time you take session, so I jot down lot of points, and if no questions are only appreciation, and lot of learning I go through when you say, sir. And your PPT is excellent, sir. Excellent.
That is what my first mention is. Irrespective of education, what you are studying, there are some universal issues that should be part of education. Whoever take whatever subject it is, simply somebody without this education, all these things, some other mode of learning experience. Suppose so many drivers are learning driving without any literacy, any education, and if the driver is aware, he never manipulate the fuel. That is where the awareness on universal issues is very important. Whether it is science or art, whatever it is, you have to mandatorily or some way. So like how the Modi is taking the yoga to the people, will anybody can't understand that? You plan some way. There is always a way. If you ask scientists of this country or the world, they will make a way how people can understand, learn about ozone layer and what is its role, and we should be indebted to this ozone layer. So we may have in our life, we are indebted to many people, many things, but the first thing, maybe God nobody has seen, but ozone layer is like a God for us, not only for you, me, for all the people on planet Earth. Then I can say it is powerful than God. And see, when people are all behind the God and all these, why can't this ozone layer, which is the reason and cause for life on this planet Earth, and all human beings are able to survive here? See, as a scientist perception, I feel ozone layer is godly thing for this planet Earth. That beyond that, I can't say anything. So you should be.
Yes, every time I can learn from you only, sir, more things about anything about environment, because so much sessions I attended from you now. You are only great professional, sir.
I'm not an environmentalist. I never had any environment. See, that is where environment is not something, but it must be there everywhere. Like we have, salt is danger in our food, but we will have it in some proportion. It should be there. It is a important thing, and the excess of it is danger. Without that is also we can't live. Like that, certain things should be made part of human life, all societies, all groups. That is what I feel. I feel if I am really something I want to do, certainly I try to educate and try to do this. That is where I am associated with few societies where my focus is only education and awareness. Whatever little knowledge I have. Okay,
yes,
madam,
sir,
thank you.
Always do justice to the topics, sir. All the best, sir.
Thank you, madam.
God bless you, sir. Take care.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary ma'am. Anyone else would like to share? Quickly, you can share. And also, there is an upcoming environment conference we organized last time. So I request Dr. Jayachandra sir to kindly brief a minute about our conference so that we can invite some participants for that.
Sir, maybe I don't know. I thought there is any next participant speaker. If no speaker is there, we will take, because I always feel we should not take others' space. If there is no speaker only, I will talk about. Maybe I can join a Sunday, and I can discuss about that also. If there is no speaker, certainly I will speak on that conference. Everybody, most of the participants who are there today, they are aware. So first I want to know, is there a speaker waiting for
Yeah, we have 3 more speakers left.
Sir, please, sir, then why you see? Because already we are delayed. See, I expected 7, I got around 7:20. So I took it to 8 o'clock, now it is 8:20. So please, so we should honor their time, and they may share wonderful information. And participants will be blessed with that content now. Okay, thank you, sir. We'll discuss later.
Thank you, sir. You can join on Sunday, and
we will discuss, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us for the wonderful session, and we wish you all the success. Take care, sir. Good night. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have with us Mr. Nagaraj. He's Deputy Manager, State Bank of India, Bangalore, and also Assistant Governor of Rotary Club. He's also professional social worker and environmental activist. We welcome you, Nagaraj ji. You can unmute yourself, start your video.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Am I visible also?
Yeah, you are also visible. Welcome in.
Okay. Thank you, Ravindran sir. Thank you, everybody here. So good evening once again to everybody. So greetings to all of you from the conference team and the environmental session. So today it is actually one of the greatest day. So I thank Mary Madam, I thank Ravindran sir, and just now we heard a speech from Dr. Jayachandran sir about the environmental issues. So in that actually I will start my presentation by stating that when we were children, they were telling that in future we will not get oxygen. We will have to buy the oxygen tank. And this is what has happened when we are undergone the COVID. So when in the COVID, breathing got very importance, priority, and everybody needs air. So those who are sitting under the tree, they were all right. But those who are in the traffic, those who are in the pandemic, it was spreading like a very big way. So our health got affected. So that is why sir was talking about the ozone layer. Ozone layer at least is protecting us. If this ozone layer is not there, sunlight will directly fall onto us and we'll all burn. So those days will come very soon if we don't protect our environment, if we don't prevent, and if we don't grow more and more trees. So this is the awareness, or this is the awakening part of all of us. And now I will be talking more on the environmental protection and social work intervention. As we are the part of social work, tree plantation should be the main hobby to all of us. Everybody should plant at least 1 to 10 trees in their campus, in the surroundings, in every place. So that is why since 1975, United Nations has declared to celebrate World Environment Day on 5th of June, where all over the world, each and every country and each and every place, they celebrate Environment Day to protect the trees. So that is why on 5th June, wherever I'm there, I take leave and exclusively dedicate the day for tree plantation. At least 100 tree plantation on that day is the promise, and we will fulfill it. So when you grow more and more trees and plants, definitely we will be very happy. We will get a very good, human beings can live happily. Animals, birds, plants, everybody can live happily. There was one person was telling me, trees and plants also can talk to us. Is it real? I think it is true, because whenever I have a terrace garden, we go to the forest, we go to the trees, we stand near the plants, and we get very good air, we get very good water, we get very good place. And when whatever works are there, our all works will be satisfied. We say on the 1st of July every year, we celebrate the Vana Mahotsava Day. Even that is a very auspicious occasion to remember the tree plantation event. Because of this monsoon, because of the rain, people grows more and more tree plantations on May and June, especially July to September. Because if we grow, we need not put that much water, rain will take care of it. But most important thing is we should, encourage the children to grow more tree plantation so that they will take care. So Forest and Environmental Ministry is there, which is already there to protect the environment and to stop the pollution and to protest against this kind of evil practices happening, especially when there is a road construction, when there is a factories, when there is lot of things happening, environmental pollution is happening. We need to protect that, especially the air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, pollution in the land or soil. So all these things to be prevented, and deforestation should be prevented. And we need to, remember all the activists like our Medha Patkar, Ruth Manorama, our Salumarada Timmakka, who planted trees. We heard in the previous days, Ashoka, the King Ashoka, was actually, doing lot of trees. He was planting. He was making all these subjects to plant as many trees as possible. So that is why rainwater harvesting has given the most important priority. And this biodiversity is the main important thing, that climate change is happening, which is a main important discussion. Every now and then we are seeing that. So that is why we are always, avoiding plastics, and we are always protecting these bags to be used. These gunny bags, this cloth bags to be used. So as a social workers, as an environmental scientist, as a environment, it is a environmental subject. It is itself is a multidisciplinary subject, and we need to work for. We need to educate. We have to educate the people to prevent the deforestation, to protect the environment, to remove the superstitious beliefs, to protect our forest, and we have to motivate more and more youths and youngsters and all the people to grow more and more trees. We have to organize lot of camps like medical camps and environmental camps, tree plantation drives, and we need to create awareness through skits, songs, dance, and TV, radio, news announcement. Everywhere we need to work for the environmental protection. We should work as an advocate to fight for the rights of the environment. Environment is also right. It is also fundamental duty to preserve and protect our environment is our duty. It is there in the Constitution. You all can see that as a directive principle of state policy. As an advocate and activist, we need to protect against this deforestation issues, and wherever the tree plantation is, this cutting of trees are there, we have to prevent this. We have to protect this, and we should always work for the sustainable development. When you say sustainable development in the public-private partnership, everywhere we have to plant as many trees as possible. You see these Rotary clubs, Lions Club, and so many NGOs, so many voluntary movements, they're all working for the environmental development. One side we have to grow our industries, and also we need to mobilize the resources through environmental protection. Environmental protection is also very important. Disaster management is also very important. As you see, one place there is a lot of rain, lot of places washed away because of the heavy rain. And when imbalance in the environmental issues are happening because nature is, teaching this lesson. Nature is, beating us because we are, cutting the trees. That is why nature is angry against the people. So we need to concentrate on agricultural growth, agricultural development. Agriculture is a backbone for all of us. Farmers are very important. So we have to do the organic farming to grow more and more fruits, vegetables, grain, cereals, and greens and everything. So this is what this table I am using, this phone I am using, the shirt I am wearing. It is all because of the trees. Whatever we are getting, it is all because of the tree plants. So that is why we have to use this. So we need to encourage this marketing of the tree plantation, agriculture marketing, agricultural finance, agricultural technology, and agricultural using of this lot of things. So even our SBI also, we have started the windmills. That is, we are protecting the plastics. We, for tea and coffee drinking, we are bringing our own glasses. We are not using this plastic glasses and all, plastic plates. We have to avoid that. We have to remove that. So zero plastic use. So we have to conserve this agriculture and environment, everything, and even this infrastructure, whatever it is happening. And animal husbandry is also very, very important. We need to protect our wildlife. We need to give the animals like dogs, cats, pet animals, and elephants, horse, donkey, whatever it is there, we have to take care of it. We have to give the food to the animals. We have to put some food to the river, then we should eat the food. So that is why we call it as a goddess. Animal, birds, plants, everything is a god for us. We need to take care of our god, so it will take care of us. When you say a lot of infrastructural activities are happening everywhere, like road construction and dams construction, so much of constructions are happening. So that time they will destroy these trees. So this is very bad. What I want to say, whoever is destroying this deforestation, who are there doing, we have to ask them to, grow at least 10 plants. If they, remove the one plant, they have to they have to put 10 plants or 100 plants. So because economic and social overheads are improving means if we have the goal of sustainable development. So people's participation, we have to take care of this planet, PPP, participation of people to take care of our planet. So it gives productivity, it gives all the activities like economic activities. When you say production, consumption, distribution, public finance, banking, balance of trade and payment, industrialization, everything is happening because of the environment. So environment is the base. When you say as a industries also, lot of toxins we are seeing. Sir was explaining that toxins are removing, lot of smokes are coming. So because of that, industries, we have to tell them to grow the plants, whichever area they are having the industries in that surroundings, at least one full village, they have to grow plants. Even this vehicle traffic jams, lot of vehicles are flowing here and there. So instead of that cycle we were using earlier days, we were coming by walking. Now all are coming by auto, cars, not only one car, many are having 5 to 6 cars. Why? It is all waste. Father have one car, son have one car, daughter have one car, wife has one car. Why all these things? We have to go in bus, sir. We have to go by walk so that our health also will improve. So this kind of attitude we have to keep, and we have to use green auto, green bikes, green cars. So all these things are very important to take care of our environment. So we are seeing environmental studies is one of the important subject in science, arts, commerce, whichever subject it may be. So we have to take care of the environment. Environment studies has come. We have to use, sir was explaining about CFC, that is chlorofluorocarbon. So a lot of damages are happening in our day-to-day life because of destruction. So we have to grow these things. So food shortage we are seeing everywhere. One side there is excess of food, one side there is no food. How we can equalize? So balancing is very important. That is why we have to empower our Mother Earth. We have to take care of our Mother Earth. So we are the children of the Mother Earth. We are seeing, we have to stop the fire in the forest. A lot of times we see somebody will come, they put fire, or natural fire will come. So because of we are doing all these damages, that is when nature is also teaching us lessons. So that is why we have to take care of forest. we have to take care of forest so officials, we have to protect our natural resources. As Lionel Robinson said, wants are unlimited, resources are limited. So that is why whatever resources we are getting, we have to use maximum, because water we are getting today, tomorrow we may. So we never thought that we are going to buy water 20 years back. Everything was available for free. Now we are buying land, water, air, everything by money. So you have a balance in the bank account, but why you can't keep a balance of your trees? So trees should be your account. So lot of money, deposits like a trees you keep. So that will protect us, that will give shade, that will give fruits, that will give vegetables, that will give air, that will give oxygen, that will give everything, whatever we ask. So in case if we don't protect anything in future, we will never survive. So because of the nature only we are surviving. With this, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, that I finally request everybody to take care of our environment. Definitely it will take care of our future generation if we definitely take care of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagaraj, for your insights on environment. And
So any questions can be.
You can share it. You can unmute yourself and ask, or you can share your feedback. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Nagaraj. I remember last year Environment Day, you had cut cake of your daughter with watermelon. So
Yes.
so that's that much you love your environment. I remember that Bindu's birthday you had cut. So I know you're a very great environmentalist. All the best for your future and all the best for Rotary and SBI. Take care. God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Thank you. Yeah. I think one more person is asking some question.
Hello, Nagaraj sir. This
Hello,
is
madam.
Sakina.
Yes.
It was a very awakening speech of yours. It reminded us way back to when we were child. At that time, we were learning in school that one side it will be lot of rain and one side it will be droughts. We used to think at that time, how can it be one side it is flooding and one side there is no water at all. But today, as you said, okay, you gave some examples. So yes, we are seeing almost every example what we learned 20, 30 years back. We are already started to experience that. So it is really critical to address the issue of environment so that our future generations can survive and sustain for their lifetime. Very nice, very good points that you added. Really thankful for your speech.
Thank you, madam. So environment is a base for us. So let us love that. Definitely it will take care of us, madam.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Nagaraj ji. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you. And we will move on to our next session by Virendra Kumar ji. Sir will be presenting Virendra Kumar ji, you can unmute yourself and start your video and presentation. We have Virendra Kumar Thakar ji from GB Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology from Uttarakhand. Sir is also an RTI activist and resource person advocate.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Can you hear me?
Sir.
Ah, yes. Okay, okay. Thank you. So, I'll start now. Well, I hope my video
Yes,
can
sir.
be
You are.
seen now. Okay, yes. I'm also starting sharing my screen.
Today we have to be very short, sir, due to time
Yes.
constraints.
Sure, sure. Yes, yes. I'll try to finish in half an hour. No problem. Yes, sir. So, as per today's theme, we shall see a brief overview of the legal framework in India for protection of ecology, regulation of technology, and sustainable development. We shall not go into details of these laws, but just the broad overview and the listing of various laws that are there. So, in one of my earlier presentations, we had seen in detail about Environment Protection Act 1996. Today, we shall not see any law in detail, but just the entire range of laws that are available. So, those we shall see. So, the Government of India and state governments have enacted several legal provisions, laws and policies for management of environmental resources in the country. And these legal provisions facilitate pollution control enforcement through appropriate actions against the defaulter polluting industries and other polluting sources. We have in India Central Pollution Control Board and State Pollution Control Boards that are established under this Air and Water Pollution Acts of 1971 and 1974. So this presentation provides a legal framework for classification of environmental legislation in India into common law principles. That is the British law system on which our law is based. Legal provisions prior to independence. So we shall see before 1907 and then after 97. So substantive laws after independence and procedural laws. It further classifies environmental laws into central enactments and state enactments. So a good environment is a constitutional right of the Indian citizen under the right to life, Article 21, and the protection of the environment is the fundamental duty of each citizen, Article 51A. In Constitution, we have got these two provisions, that is Article 21 and Article 51A. Right to life includes right to live with dignity, and that requires good environment also. So readings from the ancient Indian law also provide an insight that environmental regulations have played a great role. So ancient Indian law, that is the religious text and scripture, it is also a source of law. The literature of the Gupta period had laws concerning forests, which basically covered aspects regarding selling of trees, damaging forest, protection of wildlife, forest reserves for wildlife, and fee for hunting. So this presentation describes the acts, rules, and notifications of Parliament and of various state governments available in print and on internet. International environmental laws are excluded from the scope of this presentation. So we shall only focus on the Indian laws. Theory of interpretation of statutes is used to decide the hierarchy and importance of various acts, rules, notifications, central and state enactments, etc. So we can classify these into four categories. The legislative framework in India may be divided into common law principles, that is the British common law, legal provisions prior to independence, substantive laws after independence, and the procedural laws. Now we shall see in each category, firstly the common law principle. So the seeds of control of water pollution law in India may be traced in the common law remedies introduced to establishment of mayor courts at 3 residency towns in India, that is Kolkata, Bombay, and Madras. These were the presidency towns. Delhi was not the capital of India at that time. Subsequently, establishment of high courts in pursuance of Debtors Patent Act of 1867 superseded these mere courts, and the 3 high courts were established in 3 metropolitan, we call them presidency towns earlier. The common law controlled, so in 1861, high courts of Bombay, Delhi and Kolkata were, Bombay, Kolkata and Madras were established. The common law controls of environmental pollution under law is basically classified into liability for the escape of noxious objects. So this was just a tort or the tortuous law. So there was civil remedy in torts. The careless use of noxious articles or pollutants and the infringement of property rights in water to cover various aspects. So there was a remedy available in the law of tort. Now, the tortuous liabilities included the most important tortuous liabilities for environmental pollution are under the following head: firstly, nuisance, trespass, that included civil trespass. Criminal trespass doesn't come into civil remedy. Then negligence, and then strict liability. So these are the 4 principles on which our legal system is based on these British principles. Now we come to second category, that is legal provisions prior to independence. So a survey of earlier environmental legislation indicates the nature and level of governmental awareness to environmental issues. First of all, we have Indian Forest Act 1865. The word Indian indicates that it was enacted by the British Parliament for Indians, because British Parliament enacted law for many countries in the world, including Great Britain. The 1870 Act was a comprehensive piece of legislation which provided for 3 classes of forest, that is reserve forest, protected forest and village forest in India. Apart from forest laws, 19th century legislation also partially regulated 2 other aspects, that is water pollution and wildlife. Then shore nuisance. Bombay and Colaba Act 1853 concerning water pollution. Attempt was made to regulate pollution by imposing fines in 1857. Then came IPC, so Indian Penal Code 1860 also imposed fines on people who voluntarily fouled the water of any public spring, reservoir. That way it came from civil or the tortious remedy to criminal law. Then we have chapter 14 of the IPC, that is sections 268 to 294A, deals with offences affecting the public health, safety, convenience, decency and morals. Then under section 426, that is nuisance, different types of nuisance. Nuisance is a mischief, can be mischievous type of offense where there is no gain to anybody, but there is loss to somebody. That is how it is different from, say, theft, etc. In theft, there is profit. Here, there is no gain to anybody. There is only loss to somebody, like burning somebody's property, like that. That is called mischief. So we have this section. Different types of mischiefs are there. So section 426, 430, 431, and 432 of IPC. General pollution caused by mischief can be controlled as the same is punishable. The North India Canal and Drainage Act 1873. That is applicable in many northern states of India. That is, we may include in that Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, UP, Uttarakhand, and so it is applicable. It is a central act by the British Parliament to prevent damage to any stream or river. Then came Indian Fisheries Act 1897. It penalized the killing of fish by poisoning water and by using explosives. Then came Indian Ports Act 1908, prohibited throwing of rubbish, blast, or oil or other things likely to form a bank or say shoal detrimental to navigation. Then came Bengal Smoke Nuisance Act 1905 and Bombay Smoke Nuisance Act 1912 concerning air pollution. With respect to wildlife protection, legislation were specific to areas and species. That is, there were some local laws. So in 1873, Madras, that was then divided into several southern states. So it was Madras presidency. It was a very large state. There were no, say, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, etc. at that time. So Mysuru state was different. Madras was different. So Madras enacted the first wildlife statute for protection of wild elephants. Then came Wild Birds Protection Act 1887, prohibited the possession or sale of wild birds. Then Wild Birds and Animals Protection Act 1912 is broader, which specified close hunting seasons and regulated the hunting of designated species through licensing. Then came the Indian Forest Act 1927. So we now have 3 types of EIS, that is All India Services, that includes say Indian Administrative Service, IS, Indian Police Service, that is India IPS, and Indian Forest Service, that is IFS. So these services were also formed, and then they were recognized into the constitution after, say, Government of India in 1935 and Constitution of India in 1950. So Indian Forest Act 1927 evolved during the pre-independence era, but still remains in force. The Act consolidates the provisions of the Indian Forest Act of 1878 and its amending acts. The 1927 Act deals with an additional category, formerly non-government private forests, along with the three listed in the 1878 Act. This Act deals with four categories of forest, namely reserve forest, village forest, protected forest, and non-government, that is private forest. Any unauthorized felling of trees, quarrying, grazing, and hunting in reserve forest is punishable with a fine or imprisonment. Another law for the protection of the wildlife and habitat was the Hele National Park Act of 1936. Then came the Constitution of India, 1950. So the Indian Constitution 1950 is among the few in the world that contains specific provisions on environmental protection. The directive principles of state policy and the fundamental duties explicitly enunciate the national commitment to protect and improve the environment. After, independence, now we come to the third category. So the Forest Conservation Act 1980, that is FCA. Forest Act is administered by forest officers. At the top level, we have the IFS in India. So conservator of forest, deputy conservation of forest, these are all IFS officers. IFS doesn't mean Indian Foreign Service. Here we are concerned with the Forest Service, that is the All India Service. Foreign Service is actually central service. The Forest Act is here there is joint reporting, central as well as state government. That's why it is called All India Service, like IS and IPS. They have to report to both the governments, central and state. The Forest Act is administered by forest officers who are authorized to compel the attendance of witness and the production of documents, to issue search warrants, and to take evidence in an inquiry into forest officers. That is, they have powers of court. With the rising rate of deforestation and the resulting environmental degradation, the central government enacted the Forest Conservation Act in 1980. That prohibits the deletion of a reserved forest or the diversion of forest land for any non-forest purpose, and prevent the cutting of trees in a forest without the prior approval of the central government. Contravention of the Act attracts up to 15 days in prison, a minor criminal law. The Factories Act 1948, it required all factories to make effective arrangements for waste disposal and empowered state governments to frame rules regarding this directive. We are not going into chronological order. So after independence, immediately to facilitate the industrial revolution, as per the vision of Jawaharlal Nehru, this act was enacted. So Factories Act 1948 has many provisions. Then came Mines Act 1952. So for health and safety of the employees, there is mandatory provisions for arrangement of quality of water described. Then came River Boards Act 1956. The river boards established under the River Boards Act of 1956 for the regulation and development of interstate rivers and river valleys to prevent water pollution. Then we have Atomic Energy Act 1962. So the act aimed to prevent radiation hazard, guarantee public safety and the safety of the workers handling radioactive substances, and ensure the disposal of radioactive waste. Then came Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960, amended in 1982, an act to prevent the infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering on animals, and for that purpose to amend the law relating to the prevention of cruelty to animals. We call it PCA. So Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act came into force. Then came Wildlife Protection Act 1972, a very comprehensive act. Wildlife Act 1972 was passed to make provision for control of wildlife by formation of Wildlife Advisory Board, regulation on hunting, and establishment of sanctuaries and national parks. The Wildlife Act provides for the State Wildlife Advisory Board, regulations for hunting wild animals and birds, establishment of sanctuaries, national parks, regulation for trade in wild animals, animal products, and judicially imposed penalties for violating the act. It is also a minor criminal act. Any act which provides for imprisonment, that we call as minor criminal law. Major criminal law are CRPC, IPC, and Indian Evidence Act. So these three we consider as major criminal acts. So besides IPC, CRPC, and Evidence Act, whatever are there where there is provision of imprisonment, that we call as minor criminal law. And if there is provision for fine but no imprisonment, that is quasi-criminal. Harming endangered species listed in the Schedule 1 of the Act is prohibited throughout India. This was amended in 2002. So an amendment to the Act in 1982 introduced provisions permitting the capture and transportation of wild animals for the scientific management of animal population. An amendment in the year 1991 resulted in the insertion of the special chapters dealing with the protection of specified plants and the regulation of zoos. This also recognized the needs of tribal and forest dwellers, and changes were introduced to advance their welfare. Then came this Water Act. Before that, of course, Air Act was there, we shall see subsequently. So Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, which we shortly called as Water Act. So Water Act 1974 was the result of discussions over a decade between the center and states and was passed by the parliament. The Act vested the regulatory authority in the state boards and empowers these boards to establish and enforce effluent standards for factories discharging pollutants into bodies of water. Then the Water Cess Act 1977 was passed to help with the expenses of the central and state water board. So polluting industries are in a way taxed by imposing this Water Cess Act. So the Act creates economic incentives for pollution control through a different tax structure, differential tax structure, that is higher rates applicable to defaulting units, and requires local authorities and certain designated industries to pay a cess tax for water consumption. To encourage capital investment in the pollution control, the Act gives the polluter a 25% rebate of the applicable cess upon installing effluent treatment equipment and meeting the applicable norm. So there are differential rates of cess or tax for polluting and non-polluting industries. The 1988 amendment strengthened the Act's implementation provisions, and the board may take decisions regarding closure of a defaulting industrial plant. Water Act is comprehensive and applies to streams, inland waters, subterranean waters, sea or tidal water. The legislation establishes Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) and State Pollution Control Board, that is SPCB, for Assam, Bihar, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tripura, and West Bengal, as well as the Union Territory. So many pollution control boards are established now. Each board, central or state, consists of a chairman and 5 members, with agriculture, fisheries, and government-owned industry all having a representation. Then came Air Act, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981. Air Act 1981 states that all industries operating within designated air pollution control areas must obtain a permit from the state board. The boards were already established under the 1974 Water Act. The states are also required to provide emission standards for industry and automobiles after consulting the central board. Noise pollution is also a type of air pollution. So noise pollution is also covered in this air pollution. To implement the decision taken at the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment held at Stockholm 1972, Parliament enacted the Nationwide Air Act under Article 253 of the Constitution. Framework of this Act is similar to the Water Act 1974. Maybe in future we shall cover some of these acts in detail. To have the aim is to have an integrated approach to environmental problems. The Air Act expanded the authority of the central and state boards established under the Water Act to include air pollution control also. States not having water pollution control boards were required to set up air pollution board. Under the Air Act, all industries operating within designated air pollution control areas must obtain a permit from the state board. The states are also required to provide emission standards for industry and automobiles after consulting the central board. Now we have some provisions under MV, that is Motor Vehicles Act 1989 also. The 1987 for pollution standards. The 1987 amendment strengthened the enforcement and machinery and introduced stiffer penalties. It also introduced a citizens' initiative provision into the Air Act and extended the act to include noise pollution. Then came EPA, Environmental Protection Act 1986, after the Bhopal gas tragedy. I have already covered this earlier in say full detail at say about 1 month before. So EPA was passed to protect and improve human environment and to prevent hazards to human beings other than plants and property. EPA was passed to protect and improve human environment and to prevent hazards to human beings other than plants and property. In the wake of Bhopal gas tragedy, the Government of India enacted the Environmental Protection Act of 1986, EPA, under Article 253 of the Constitution. The purpose of the Act is to implement the decisions of the United Nations Conference on Human Environment of 1972. EPA is an umbrella legislation designed to provide a framework for central government coordination of the activities of various central and state government established under various laws such as Water Act and Air Act. Since the Act entered the statute book, the Act has served to back a vast body of subordinate environmental legislation in India. So many rules, that is the subordinate say legislation. So 4 different rules have been enacted under this act. The scope of the EPA is broad, with environment defined to include water, air, land, and the interrelationship which exists among water, air, and land, and human beings and other living creatures, plants, microorganisms, and property. So besides water and air, now the land was also included. The law also promulgates rules on hazardous waste management and handling. This is one of the 4 rules. It also defines the responsibilities of handlers, circumstances for granting authorization, conditions of disposal sites, rules for importing hazardous waste, reporting of accidents, packaging and labeling requirements, and an appeal process for potential handlers who have been denied authorization. Rules were also promulgated on the manufacture, storage, and import of hazardous or toxic chemicals, microorganisms, genetically engineered organisms, or cells. For issues regarding microorganisms and cells, biosafety and approval committees can be convened with experts in pertinent fields serving as chairman, co-chairman, and members. Then came the Public Liability Insurance Act 1991. So this act was passed to provide for public liability insurance for the purpose of providing immediate relief to the persons affected by accidents occurring while handling any hazardous substances. Then came Noise Pollution Regulation and Control Rules 2000. Earlier they were covered within air pollution. So now the rules for noise pollution are also there. So AMAD rules have got less authority as compared to acts. But they are also laid before the parliament or the state assembly. So aim at controlling noise levels in public places from various sources, inter alia, that is amongst others. This is a Latin word, inter alia, that is amongst others. Industrial activity, construction activity, generator sets, loudspeakers, public address systems, music systems, vehicular halls, and other mechanical devices have deleterious effects on human health and the psychological well-being of the people. So objective is to regulate and control noise producing and generating sources with the objective of maintaining the ambient air quality standards in respect of noise. That is it's measured in decibels, a logarithmic scale. I will tell about that mathematics in future sometime. Coastal zone related. India's lengthy coast stretches over 6,000 kilometers, supporting numerous fishing communities and driving the economies of coastal villages, towns, and cities. The legislative framework for controlling marine pollution is provided by the Territorial Waters, Continental Shelf, Exclusive Economic Zone, and other maritime zones Act 1976. So Coastal Zone Related Act is also there. And hazardous substances. So hazardous substances pervade modern industrialized societies. Indian industry generates, uses, and discards toxic substances. Hazardous substances include flammables, explosives, heavy metals such as lead, arsenic, and mercury, nuclear and petroleum fuel byproducts, dangerous microorganisms, and spores of synthetic chemical compounds like DDT and dioxin. Exposure to toxic substances may cause acute or chronic health effects. Toxic substances are extensively regulated in India. The first comprehensive rules to deal with one segment of the toxic problem, namely hazardous waste, were issued by the central government in July 1989. Then came radioactive waste covered under the Atomic Energy Act 1962, and waste discharged from ships covered under the Merchant Shipping Act 1958 are explicitly excluded from the hazardous waste. So already we have Atomic Energy Act, then we have Merchant Shipping Act 1958, and then came the hazardous waste rules. Hazardous waste management and handling rules 1999. Manufacture, storage, and import of hazardous chemical rules 1999. Manufacture, use, import, export, and storage of hazardous microorganisms, genetically engineered organisms or cell rules 1999. Biomedical waste management and handling rules 1998. Recycled plastics manufacture and usage rules 1999. And dumping and disposal of fly ash notification. Hazardous waste management and handling amendment rules 2000 draft notification. In municipal solid waste management and handling rules 2000. Batteries management and handling rules 2001. Recycled plastics manufacture and usage amendment rules 2002. Hazardous waste management and handling amendment rules 2003. Biomedical waste management and handling amendment rules 2003. Recycled plastics manufacture and usage amendment rules 2003. Now the Biological Diversity Act 2002 to preserve the biological diversity and establishment of National Biodiversity Authority at Chennai. So India is party to the Convention on Biological Diversity, that is CBD 1992, which is an international convention, which recognizes the sovereign rights of states to use their own biological resources. In order to help in realizing the objectives of CBD, India has enacted an umbrella legislation called the Biological Diversity Act 2002, aimed at conservation of biological resources and associated knowledge, as well as facilitating access to them in a sustainable manner and through a just process. Then came the NGT, that is, special courts were established in India. So National Green Tribunal Act 2010, and all the cases and the PILs, public interest litigation pending in the Supreme Court, were then transferred to the NGT in original jurisdiction, and then Supreme Court looked only after the appellate jurisdiction over and above NGT. So this NGT Act came in 2010 to reduce the burden of Supreme Court also. So an act to provide for the establishment of a National Green Tribunal for the effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection and conservation of forest and other natural resources, including enforcement of any legal right relating to environment and giving relief and compensation for damages to persons and property and for matters connected therewith on incidental thereto. The National Environment Tribunal Act 1995 and the National Environment Appellate Authority Act 1997 are repealed by this act. So earlier these two acts were there. So National Environment Tribunal was abolished and this National Environment Appellate Authority was also abolished. And then came the NGT. Schedule 1 to National Green Tribunal Act. Now what are the acts after say enforcement of which this NGT looks after? So these acts are enforced by NGT. Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. Water Prevention and Control of Pollution CS Act 1977, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, Environment Protection Act 1986, EPA, Public Liability Insurance Act 1991, Biological Diversity Act 2000. So these are all say looked after by the NGT and enforced by NGT. The Tribunal to settle disputes. So Section 14(1), the Tribunal shall have the jurisdiction over all civil cases where substantial question relating to environment, including enforcement of any legal right relating to environment, is involved, and such question arises out of the implementation of the enactment specified in Schedule 1. Then relief, compensation and restitution. So under Section 15(1), this NGT, National Green Tribunal, may by an order provide relief and compensation to the victims of pollution and other environmental damage arising under the enactment specified in the Schedule 1, including accident occurring while handling any hazardous substance, for restitution of property damage, for restitution of the environment for such area or areas as the tribunal may think fit. Then liability to pay relief or compensation in certain cases. So under Section 17(1), where death of or injury to any person other than a workman or damage to any, because for that there is a Workmen's Compensation Act 1923 in India already. Now the workman word has been dropped in that, and now that is going to be replaced by this new labor laws of 2019 and 2020, which got delayed because of this corona pandemic. So any person other than a workman or damage to any property or environment has resulted from an accident or the adverse impact of an activity or operation or process under any enactment specified in Schedule 1, the person responsible shall be liable to pay such relief or compensation for such death, injury or damage under all or any of the heads specified in Schedule 2 as may be determined by the tribunal, that is the National Green Tribunal. Under Section 17(2), subsection 2, if the death, injury or damage caused by an accident or the adverse impact of an activity or operation or process under any enactment specified in Schedule 1 cannot be attributed to any single activity or operation or process, but is the combined or resultant effect of several such activities, operations and processes, the tribunal may apportion, that is in Hindi we call it batwara karna, it may apportion, fix the liability, break the liability of say different things. The liability for relief or compensation amongst those responsible for such activities, operations and processes on an equitable basis. That is imposing of mass fine, etc. These types. So procedure and powers of tribunal. So a tribunal shall have, for the purposes of discharging its functions under this Act, the same powers as are vested in a civil court under the Code of Civil Procedure 1908, 5 of 1908, while trying a suit with respect of the following matters, namely, pass an order requiring any person to cease and desist from committing or causing any violation of any enactment specified in Schedule 1. So it has powers similar, equivalent to that of civil court, original jurisdiction as well as the environmental laws are concerned, because these are the special courts established. The central government may by notification amend the Schedule 1 by including therein any other act enacted by Parliament having regard to the objective of environmental protection and conservation of natural resources, or omitting therefrom any act already specified therein, and on the date of publication of such notification, such act shall be deemed to be included in, or as the case may be, omitted from the Schedule 1. So powers of NGT can be increased or decreased by the Parliament. State enactment. So state enactments prior to independence and passed after independence both are included here. For water pollution, Orissa River Pollution Prevention Act 1953, Maharashtra Prevention of Water Pollution Act 1969. For smoke control, Bengal Smoke Nuisance Act 1905, Bombay Smoke Nuisance Act 1900, Gujarat Smoke Nuisance Act 1963. For pest control, Mysore Destructive Insects and Pests Act 1917. Andhra Pradesh Agricultural Pests and Disease Act 1954, Assam Agricultural Pests and Disease Act 1954, UP Agricultural Disease and Pests Act 1954, Kerala Agricultural Pests and Disease Act 1958. For land utilization and land improvement, there is Bihar Wastelands Reclamation, Cultivation and Improvement Act 1946, Andhra Pradesh Improvement Schemes Act 1949. Now Andhra Pradesh is divided in two states, that is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Acquisition of land for flood control and prevention of erosion Act 1955, Delhi Restriction of Use of Land Act 1964. Then we come to the procedural laws. So earlier we have seen the substantive laws. Substantive laws tell you what to do. Procedural law tell you how to do. So law can be classified on this basis also. So implementation of any law depends upon the procedural law. Implementation of environmental laws cannot be done without going through the various rules and regulations formulated. So this is the fourth part of my presentation, the last part. In pursuance of various substantive environmental legislation, the central and each state government have formulated rules for the following procedural laws in the country. So we have Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Rules 1974, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Cess Rules 1977, Environmental Protection Rules 1986. National rules have got they are considered subordinate legislation, that is, they have got less authority as compared to the acts. National Environment Appellate Authority Rules 1997. Now these have also been abolished because the act has been repealed. So now we have got NGT, Public Liability Insurance Rule 1991, Wildlife Rules 1972. And then there are certain quasi laws. So these laws are emission standards as per the AIR Act 1981, emission standards for automobiles for prevention and control of pollution, ISI specifications, that is the Indian Standards Institute, now renamed as Bureau of Indian Standards. So ISI specifications for standard tolerance limits for industrial and sewage effluents, followed by West Bengal Pollution Control Board. Standards for emissions of air pollution into the atmosphere from industrial plants. Guidelines for diversion of forest lands for non-forest purposes under Forest Act 1980. Guidelines for environmental impact assessment. Guidelines for environmental appraisal of industrial projects. Guidelines for integrating environmental concerns with exploitation of mineral resources. Environmental guidelines for formulation of river valley projects. Then environmental guidelines for development of beaches. Environmental guidelines for thermal power plants. Guidelines for environmental impact assessment of shipping and harbor projects. Prevention of hazard from industrial units, Government of India's instruction. Then environmental clearance of industrial license conditions of letter of intent, industrial license, safety and health accident reduction plan. Guidelines for de-reservation of reserved forest or diversion of forest land to any non-forest use. Guidelines for massive tree plantation for abatement of air pollution caused by industries. Environmental guidelines for silting of industries, and incentives to industries for prevention and control of pollution and conservation of resources. So these are the quasi laws. So lastly, we conclude the Indian Constitution is among the few in the world that contains specific provisions on environment protection. The directive principles of state policy and the fundamental duties explicitly enunciate the national commitment to protect and improve the environment. And the various acts passed after independence include central as well as state enactments. So these are my references. Jaswal Paramjit, India Code, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Madras School of Economics, and Forest Rights Act website. Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. I'm sorry for taking more time, and thanks to all the participants for listening patiently. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Thanks to Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Center for Art, Science, Health and Wellbeing for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. Any question? Environmental law was my subject in compulsory subject in LLB. Earlier, I had made this presentation in 2013. Slightly made modifications today quickly to update it. I hope I am audible, Ravindra sir. Hello. Hello. Voice. I hope I am audible. Hello. Hello, Dr. Ravindra.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. And participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly share. You can unmute yourself.
Today we have seen just the overview. So many acts and rules and regulations are there. We have not gone into any details because environmental law is such a wide subject. It takes about 6 months entire semester course in LLB.
Yeah, maybe whenever time permits, we can again.
Yes, yes. Sure, surely. We can cover one by one many of these acts in future because I would be glad to do that.
Thank you, sir.
This is just an overall framework because this includes a type of a listing, and we have classified properly and given a framework for that.
There is one query.
Yes.
Chat box. Nowadays, a lot of megaphones used by water suppliers, vegetable vendors are used. In a day, there are also so many vehicles disturbing the right to live peacefully. Had put off lot of complaints to BBMP, but in vain. How do you think this can be addressed?
So normally we have got two types of remedies, civil remedy and criminal remedy. In civil remedy under the British common law, there is a claim for compensation. That is monetary, liquidated damages. Everything is counted in terms of money. So that is one civil case unfortunately in India, the civil cases are so much slow and there is so much pendency that the remedy is not quick like in Western countries. As far as the criminal remedy is concerned, so proving them is very difficult. But now we have got the say enforcement structure in government as well as in judiciary. That is the matter could be taken up under say IPC also has got some general provisions. So if it falls within the criminal law, then we can take before them. Otherwise, ordinarily a complaint could be made before the the National Pollution Control Board and or the state pollution control boards. So that is the executive remedy. And as far as judiciary is concerned, so the matter may go to the National Green Tribunal that especially looks after these cases, complaints, and PILs after the environmental issues. So that is the remedy that is available. So it depends on the type of nuisance that the person may select different types of remedies, and it depends also upon the say type of law that is available there. So in some cases, even the say for example, if related to forest, etc., or industries, so remedy can be made to concerned government officers or the say ministry also. So they also take measures to address such type of problem. So depending on the individual problem, the different authorities can be approached for addressing the issue. Earlier, there were many PILs, public interest litigations, that were filed, and now there is National Green Tribunal and even legislative enactments are there. There is much development in the law, particularly after, if we see 1972 onward. So in past 50 years, there have been so many new legislations that we have got complete framework in place for addressing any type of problem. Earlier, it was just the British common law, that is civil remedy and torts was there.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hope that query is answered. Yeah, if anyone else have any query, we can quickly unmute yourselves. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself. Okay. So,
Hi, sir. Actually, your presentation was really good. Lot of informative. And I learned lot from your presentation, sir.
Today it was green instead of red.
Actually, for me, all these subjects are new, no, sir. So
Okay.
for me, it's a learning experience, sir.
Okay.
All the best for next session, sir, and all the best for your life also.
Thank you so much, madam, for your encouragement from time to time. It motivates me.
thank you, sir, once again for your wonderful presentation, and we wish you all the success. So maybe if time permits, we'll see in coming days about all the acts detail whenever the occasion, similar occasion comes.
Yes, sir, surely, sir.
So thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our last session. We have Dr. Sachdevi P. Ma'am, kindly introduce yourself and your topic.
Yes, sir. I'm good evening, sir, Ravindra sir, and other speakers as well as the participants. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video and presentation if any.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Sechi Devi, working as a lecturer in zoology as well as head of the department of zoology and biotechnology at SKR and SKR Government Women's College, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. First of all, I would like to thank Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity, even though it's my like the last session. Still, my topic is a very simple topic on the ozone day and its importance. Already, all the information was covered by the previous speakers, and all the speakers gave a very good knowledge about the environmental protection, ozone layer, its significance and all. Very wonderful presentations and informative presentations, sir. And not very new, my presentation is. It's a very simple one, and it's just a overall overview, I can say, about the topics previously covered. And I hope my voice is audible to the participants. Is it audible, sir? Ravindra, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it's clear.
Okay, sir. So my topic is latest developments in the ozone conservation, latest developments in the preservation of ozone. So what, first of all, I would like to say that every year we celebrate many festivals, whether it is religious festivals, irrespective of religion, we celebrate a lot of festivals like Sankranti, Holi, Deepavali, Christmas, and then Ramjan, all these festivals. Tomorrow also we have Arbaeen, there is a Muslim festival is there tomorrow. And still, in addition to all these festivals, we also celebrate our national festivals like Republic Day, August 15th, Independence Day. In addition to that, there are awareness days are also there regarding the International Ozone Conservation Day, then Biodiversity Day, Earth Day. So like this, when compared to our festival days, equally all these days are also very important, because these days only will enable us to spread awareness among the students as well as the public. So for example, if we take the Ozone Preservation Day, that is today, September 16, every year since 6 years, since 6 to 8 years, our college is organizing rallies in our town, that is in Kadapa town. We organize rallies along with the students and staff, holding the placards and the banners, giving information about the ozone, its significance to the public, and creating awareness among the public. So this is a very important day, I feel, because ozone is very important to protect our earth from UV rays impact. So like this day is very important, I feel. And I have already noticed that there is a lot of awareness. Awareness has increased among the public, I can say. Since 8 years, have been observing that the students are well aware of the people, as well as the students are well aware of the ozone layer and its importance for the people as well as the life on the earth. So awareness has increased, I can say that. So if the awareness is more among the public as well as the students who are the future citizens of the world, so if the awareness increases, automatically we move forward, we change our environment, we change our technology in order to conserve the ozone, and we also go green. So that is the thing that is the thing which is going to happen in the future, I hope so. So now let me introduce the topic. So my topic is the latest developments in the ozone preservation. So we know that ozone is a gas which is normally very little in the quantity. Still, even though it is very little in the quantity, but plays a very vital role in protecting the living organisms under the sun. So the concentrated ozone lies as a layer in the stratosphere many miles away from the Earth's surface, which act as a protecting shield. So we use umbrella both in the rainy season as well as in the sunny weather. We use the umbrella, And we might have, you might have observed that umbrella is a very thin layer. Even though it's a thin layer, it protects us from the sun rays, as well as it protects us from the rainwater. So similarly, this ozone layer is a very thin layer present in the atmosphere, that is in the stratosphere, in between the 10 to 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Previously, the Rajendra Prasad sir is also telling that in between the 35 miles above the Earth's surface. So we find this ozone layer. Still, even though it is a thin layer, it protects us from the harmful UV rays. So there are many ionizing and non-ionizing radiation which are emitted by the sun and other planets. Especially the UV rays is of particular concern for this matter. When the living organisms, including plants and aquatic organisms, when exposed to this UV rays, they get affected. In humans, it causes skin cancer because this UV rays, they penetrate into the cells and they cause damage to the DNA. They alter the nucleotide sequence, causing the mutations as well as the deletions, leading to the cancers and cataract in the eyes. This ozone layer filters out the ozone layer filters out the harmful UV rays from entering into our Earth atmosphere, thereby protecting the living organisms. The major culprit in causing the ozone depletion is the chlorofluorocarbons as well as hydrofluorocarbons. The chlorofluorocarbons is a gaseous chemical that is also called freon, which is used in the refrigerators and other purposes, lives a longer time in the atmosphere and reaches higher altitudes when it is released. So we know very well that these chlorofluorocarbons are released by from our refrigerators, our other air coolers like ACs, from other coolants it is released, and it is very damages to the UV ray, damages to the ozone layer. Chlorofluorocarbons reaching the stratosphere involves a violent chain reaction with ozone and denatured it. So ozone O3, the combination is O3. So these chlorofluorocarbons, they react with ozone and denature them. They split them. Thus ozone depletion, the so-called ozone hole is formed. This hole lets in the UV rays to the atmosphere. The ozone treaty, the first truly global treaty, that is Montreal Protocol, that offers protection to every single human being. In the very first session, as mentioned by the Ravindra sir, the Montreal Protocol is the first treaty that offers protection to every single human being. The United Nations International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer is celebrated on September 16th every year. So this is the day on which we celebrate, that is we organize events as International Ozone Day. This event commemorates the date of the signing of the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer in 1987. So this we have seen. And here the child is asking about the ozone layer and the mother is simply explaining. So like, for example, our head, if we imagine our head as a earth, our head is covered by the hairy coating. So head above the head, we have the hair. So this hair is nothing but the ozone layer. If there is any gap is created in our hair, so above the scalp, then that gap is nothing but the ozone hole. So in that way, she is explaining to the kid so that the kid can understand easily. So the theory that the ozone layer in the stratosphere might be damaged by human intervention precede the actual observation of the ozone hole. Yet when the hole was observed, it was almost missed because it was not expected actually. And this is the altitude between 10 to 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface. That is in the 30 kilometers above in the stratosphere. This is the in between the two red lines. This zone is called stratosphere, and at the 35 kilometers, we can see the topmost point of the peak. This peak indicates the presence of the ozone layer in our atmosphere. So ozone is naturally produced. It is naturally produced by photochemical reactions in the stratosphere. That ozone which is present in the stratosphere is called as good ozone. Ozone is actually produced by the photochemical reactions by the combination of the O2 atom, O2 molecules, oxygen molecules, that is called as good ozone. If it is present in our atmosphere in the lower layers, then we call it as the bad ozone. So that means that the ozone we have here also, which is produced by the pollution, that is called as bad ozone. The ozone layer in the stratosphere, why it is there? Due to it is present there in the stratosphere due to natural Chapman mechanism. So what is this Chapman mechanism? According to Chapman mechanism proposed in 1930s, ozone is continuously produced and destroyed through the photochemical reactions in the stratosphere. So I've already mentioned that ozone, molecular ozone, as well as the oxygen molecule reacts in the presence of the UV radiation and produces the O3. So here you can see this in this slide, the ozone reacting in the presence of the light with the ozone atom producing the O3. So this O3 is nothing but the ozone which is present there in the stratosphere. This is how it is produced. So that is called a Chapman mechanism. What about the bad ozone? So that is the good ozone present in the stratosphere. What about the bad ozone? Bad ozone is nothing but the ozone which is produced by the vehicular pollution. So that is not at all useful, which is also very dangerous. That also causes the global warming also. So health and environmental effects of the ground level ozone, that is bad ozone present in our atmosphere. Why are we concerned about ground level ozone? Ozone, because this ground level ozone, that is bad ozone, is the prime ingredient of smog in our cities and other areas of the countries. Especially in the Delhi, we notice that smog occurrence more severely and leading to visibility is affected, especially in the Delhi in some seasons, and the flights are also cancelled and lot of trouble faced by the public in the Delhi due to smog. So this smog is caused by the ozone, that ozone leads to smog. So this ozone present in our atmosphere, that is in the lower level, ground level, when inhaled, it even leads to, even in lower quantities, it leads to lot of respiratory problems, acute respiratory problems takes place, and this will also increase the asthma, causes significant temporary decreases in lung capacity, breathing is affected, and the person fails to breathe properly when compared to the healthy person because of this bad ozone or smog effect. And it causes inflammation of lung tissue. Lung tissue is affected and leads to swelling of the lung tissue, reddening and inflammation of the lung tissue. It leads to hospital admissions and emergency room visits. And it badly impairs it affects the immune system. So the person may feel to, may experience whistling sensation and fails to breathe properly. So that is the effect of the bad ozone. And this ground level ozone is a type of pollution. So I have mentioned already, which is caused by the vehicular pollution, auto emissions, nitrogen oxides, hydrocarbons from plant matter, solvents and gasoline fumes. So all these, they cause the bad ozone. So here is the image that shows the DNA structure, and DNA is double helical structure which is present in our cell nucleus. This DNA, which is a double helical strand, which is made up of nucleotides, and once this UV radiation falls on the DNA, the nucleotide sequence is affected. Nucleotide changes occurs as a result, leading to altered DNA molecule, altered genes, and this may further lead to the cancers. So that is one impact of the UV radiation. And once thought to be relatively harmless, but it still causes this UV radiation once enters into our atmosphere. It causes skin wrinkles, premature aging, and associated sun-related skin damage. If you see that usually whenever we go to the skin doctor, you might have observed that the skin doctor suggesting you to go for sunscreen lotions, especially even in spring, like rainy season, even in the winter season also, they are advising nowadays to go for sunscreen lotions, to apply sunscreen lotions while going out, especially in between 10 to 5 o'clock, morning 10 to 5 o'clock, you need to apply sunscreen lotion nowadays, because the suns without any sunscreen lotion, the UV rays are going to directly strike your skin, and it may cause the pigmentation and skin wrinkling, and also leads to premature aging. That means once the wrinkles appear, what happens? It leads to the premature aging. And the sunburns also occur, pigmentation over the face, and sunburns, skin cancer, and other disorders. So I have also already explained that the DNA will be damaged by the UV rays. So what are the sunscreen lotions? The sunscreen lotions advised by the doctors, they contain the titanium dioxide, zinc oxide, avobenzone, also called butyl methoxy didobenzyl methane, and also ecamsul. So all these are the ingredients of the sunscreen lotion advised by the doctor. They usually they protect us from the UV ray impact. So what is the destruction of ozone in the stratosphere? So the Chapman mechanism, balance is being disrupted. So the Chapman, according to the Chapman mechanism, the ozone layer is also produced naturally, and the same ozone layer is also damaged naturally. But this damage is more nowadays. That means there is an imbalance is created. A balance is disrupted. So there is an imbalance is created. That is why we are talking about the ozone hole and all, ozone hole and the UV ray impact. So what is a catalyst here? A compound that increases the rate of chemical reaction and is itself unchanged by the reaction. So that is a catalyst. Through chemical reactions, the chlorine removes ozone. So the chlorofluorocarbons, they are going to remove the ozone from the atmosphere. So that is the catalytic effect of these chlorofluorocarbons. So see here, these are the chlorofluorocarbons released by the refrigerators, and also the perfume bottles, from the perfume bottles we use, and also from the cooling agency, air coolers, and then ACs. From these ACs, the harmful chlorofluorocarbons are released. So what is the actual?
Sorry to interrupt you. Are you sharing any PPT, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm sharing.
No, actually, we can't see any PPT. So
Okay,
that's why
okay.
I just wanted to confirm.
Okay, sir. I'll check out. Once again, I'll check, sir.
Click on share screen. Maybe you have opened in your system, but not shared the screen.
Okay, okay.
Now we can see some Word document.
No, sir. Actually, not the Word document I'm sharing. I'm sharing the PPT.
Okay.
Can you see, sir?
Now CFCs, the chlorine catalyst.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is what I want to share, and I thought of sharing also, but I don't know what happened in the middle. Might have pressed any key.
Okay, ma'am, you can continue.
Yes, sir. So a single chlorine atom may destroy hundreds of thousands of ozone molecules. Once these fluorocarbons are released, so they destroy the ozone molecules, so leading to the ozone denaturation leading to the ozone hole in the stratosphere. So this is the actual mechanism, actual impact of the chlorofluorocarbons in our atmosphere. When the chlorine compounds resulting from the breakup of the chlorofluorocarbons in the stratosphere are present, the sulfate, in addition to the chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, the sulfate particles released from the vehicular pollution also change the stratospheric balance, that is Chapman balance. Chapman balance means production as well as the destruction of the ozone layer. So that is also imbalanced by, that is also denatured by the sulfate particles, and which leads to increased reactivation of the chlorine, which then reduces the ozone. So all these are the impact of the vehicular pollution. So the reduction in the stratospheric ozone, what happens? So lowers the absorption of the incoming solar radiation in the stratosphere, reduces the radioactive heating in the lower atmosphere, lower stratosphere, but the net effect is still heating in the stratosphere. The volcanic effect on ozone levels is only important in recent decades because it depends on chlorofluorocarbons. So the volcanoes also, we know very well that volcanoes also, when the volcano eruption takes place, the sulfur is also released in large quantity into the atmosphere, but its impact is very less when compared to the chlorofluorocarbons. So these are the satellite images. Here we can see the ozone hole in the Antarctic region, and this ozone hole also changes depending upon the season. The ozone hole changes. So in 1986, Dr. Susan Solomon's expedition to Antarctica identified the chlorine increase, and they have clearly mentioned that this chlorine is the one which is damaging the ozone hole. The chemical reaction theory catalyzed by chlorine from chlorofluorocarbons is almost universally now accepted as a conclusive at present. For this, Nobel Prize was also awarded to the prominent scientist who mentioned about the ozone hole. So why Antarctica? The ozone hole have a unique regionality and seasonality. It is more severe over Antarctica in spring season. A less severe depletion occurs over the Arctic region in the northern hemisphere. So you can see here in the southern pole, there is a wide ozone hole, larger ozone hole. In different seasons, this ozone hole also changes. So when this ozone hole increases, what happens? The animals are penguins, which are confined to the Antarctica region, are severely affected. Not only that, this ozone hole, when it increases, it also leads to the global warming, because especially in the northern as well as the southern hemisphere, lot of ice sheets are there, because these areas, polar regions, are covered entirely by ice sheets. Once the ozone UV rays impact, once the UV rays reach the atmosphere, what happens? It leads to global warming. The ice sheets, they start melting. The melting of the ice sheets leads to increased levels of the sea levels all over the world. Once the sea level increases, what happens? The increased water level leads to the submergence of the low-lying lands, like the Bangladesh as well as the coastal regions will be greatly affected. They go deeper into the oceans. So once the land goes into the ocean, what happens? Shortage of the land, shortage of the continents. Whereas on the other side, we can notice also the increased population. So decreased land capacity, land area will decrease. So that is the major impact. And the second most impact is increase of temperatures all over the world. That is nothing but the global warming. Temperatures are increasing globally. So all these are the impact of the ozone hole. So this is the ozone hole spreading, and the ozone hole in the Antarctica region is increasing, and even it is reaching to the South American cities. South American city, that is Punta Arenas, which is a city of the Chile, South American city. So to that area, to that Punta Arenas, it is reaching. This ozone hole is spreading to in some seasons. So what happens? So these, especially the South American people, are affected by radiation. So what we are doing? So the Montreal Protocol was signed by globally by different countries under the United Nations in the United Nations Conference. So the Montreal Protocol regulates the production and consumption of nearly 100 man-made chemicals. So the Montreal Protocol identified 100 chemicals referred to as ozone depleting substances. It was adopted in 1987, and it is the only UN treaty that has been ratified by all the 198 member states. In 1994, the UN General Assembly declared September 16th as the International Ozone Day for the preservation of the ozone layer. So in 1987, UN General Assembly, along with the countries, they have resolved to adopt this International Montreal Protocol, as well as they, in order to spread the awareness among the public to conserve this ozone layer, they started implementing the September 16th as International Ozone Day. A united global effort meant that the hole in the ozone layer is healing. So the Montreal Protocol main objective is to protect the ozone layer by curbing the global production and consumption of the identified substances. There are almost 99 to 100 substances which were identified in order to curb them, in order to decrease their production. They are now going go green, as well as go green technology, eco-friendly technology all over the world. Through joint climate action, we can win the race against the existing threat of climate change. So only by collaborations, as well as by joint collaborations, joint all over the joint treaties, only we can increase awareness among the public, as well as we can develop the new technologies in order to conserve the ozone hole, in order to conserve the ozone layer. In 2019, the Kigali Amendment came into force as a follow-up to the Montreal Protocol. The Kigali Amendment called for reducing greenhouse gases, which cause the global warming. In order to prevent ozone layer depression, it is important to avoid usage of products with the CFCs such as hairsprays, cosmetics, and aerosols in plastic containers. We need to plant more trees in our surroundings and use environment-friendly fertilizers. We need to use eco-friendly modes of communication, as vehicular pollution can contribute to air pollution. Avoid use of plastic and rubber tires. So development and use of more energy efficient cooling technologies, environmental friendly technologies, adopting low global warming potential alternative refrigerants, and then only we can conserve or preserve our ozone layer. The theme for the 2022, that is today's International Day for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer, is Montreal Protocol at 35. So since the Montreal Protocol, now we have completed 35 years. So with global cooperation only, we can protect our earth. So that is the theme of the 2022 September 16th theme on International Ozone Day. So this is about the ozone layer and its preservation. And I thank Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity to speak on this international platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very insightful session. And participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly unmute yourself and share your feedback or comments. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you said the ozone hole will fluctuate during the climatic conditions.
Yes, different seasons.
Yeah, different seasons or different temperatures. Ma'am, how much measurement will it change? Like, for example, before the climatic change, it is around 2 micrometer or 4 micrometer. How much deviation will come?
Depending upon the seasons, it varies. From 20 to 80, 50, like that, it varies from different seasons. Spring season and then autumn season, it is varying. We cannot exactly say that, mention, but it changes from 10 to 50, 40, like that.
Okay. Ma'am, what is the minimum and maximum size of the ozone hole, most probably?
Minimum and maximum size, it changes, it varies actually. So here,
Ma'am, is there any critical size diameter, like it fluctuates the atmosphere like anything? This is what called the danger zone point or critical zone point.
actually any change or any hole is damages. We cannot say that this is this range is damages, this range is not like that. So any change, that is change itself, that is any hole itself is actually damages to the living world.
Okay, having any ozone depletion is
Yes,
really
it has impact.
uncomfortable
It
to the
has impact.
atmosphere.
Yeah, it has impact.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So anyone else would like to share your feedback or comments or any queries, you can feel free. So if there are no further queries, then we can conclude. Okay, then thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ravindra, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So it was wonderful sessions.
Yes, sir. All the sessions you have arranged today are very wonderful, sir. Very informative also. All the sessions are wonderful.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we have come to end of the day, and we are concluding it today. There was a wonderful series of presentations, starting with Dr. Professor Ronaldo Denel, and myself and Dr. Jayachandra, and by Sri Nagaraj H and Sri Virendra Kumarji. And also finally, we have concluded with the last session by Dr. Sachdevi. And we thank all the participants for joining us on this wonderful day. Hope you have gained a lot of insights on this very occasion of International Day for the preservation of the ozone layer. And the simple acts, what we can do, the takeaway is, using public transport and try to reduce use of these ACs or coolers, which are emitting, a lot of ozone, increasing ozone, layer declining substances. So where the technology is improving, but still, that is causing a lot of generation of heat. So we can reduce that by keeping our planet cool, by planting more trees, and ensure that at least for each member in a family, we are having at least one sapling, one plant that is growing either indoors or outdoors. So that will help us to generate adequate, coolness, observing this carbon dioxide and warmthness. So maybe a small act can really contribute to the environment. So with this not taking much time, already we are ahead of time. We thank everyone on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and all the speakers, panelists for the day. And we thank each and everyone for joining us. Kindly fill up the feedback form in the form of polls. before you leave the platform. It is mandatory for receiving your certificate, and your certificates will be updated on the website within specified time. So let me share the feedback form through polls. Kindly do not close any pop-up window or move away from your Zoom app or window. You can see overall feedback form. Hope you are all able to see the feedback form. Quickly fill up the feedback form.
Sir, shall I need to fill up, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you can also fill up.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form. Make sure you are filling up the feedback form before leaving the platform. It is mandatory for certificates.
Thank you so much, sir, for providing us wonderful opportunity. It's been a really fabulous sessions by each and every session speaker today. Thank you, so thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your feedback. Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form before you leave the platform. Hope everyone is able to access these polls. There will be no feedback form outside Zoom platform. Once meeting ends, the feedback form also gets closed automatically. So quickly fill up the feedback form. dear friends, if you have filled the feedback form, you may leave so that I know who else is left to fill the feedback form, and see you all tomorrow at the same time. As you know, every weekdays we are having international webinar from 6 to 8 p.m. and every Sundays we have from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. So the link is same, and registration form for all the weekdays is same, but for Sundays and special occasions like this, the registration form is different. All the details can be obtained by visiting website. You can also check the status of certificates, everything on the website by visiting respective link. In case in future, if you are unable to find or unable to locate your certificates within 15 working days, there is a standard time set, but it's not always, we take such time unless and until there is a, deficiency of registration data. So otherwise, if all the details are available with us, we will generally, you have seen those who are regularly attending, we shoot certificates on the same day or the very next day also. So it depends on the kind of, if all formalities are met by everyone, certificates are issued very fastly. But if there is any deficiency from any of them, any of the stakeholders, including participants and speakers, there will be a delay. So I request everyone to kindly complete formalities in time, and let's together have a wonderful journey. So thank you once again. Quickly fill up the feedback form if anyone hasn't yet filled the feedback form, and take care. Good night. I'm closing the meeting. Take care. Good night. So see you all tomorrow.